laughter, and jovial banter. My goodness, you must have had good karma in your past life. Your life is so fortunate. If you have a few opposite-sex confidants throughout your life who can share intimate moments with you, oh my, you are so fortunate. Your life is enviable, stirring envy and jealousy in others. If you possess all of the aforementioned conditions, then you are truly blessed with an abundant destiny. You must be a favored child of the greatest Creator. Do not seek happiness elsewhere. You are happiness itself, leading a blissful life. But if possessing all this leaves you dissatisfied, if you envy others or aspire to be a success, wanting fame and fortune, that's greed. It's being born amidst fortune, yet failing to recognize it, seeking trouble. Simply put, it's an ignorance of life, and you're a fool, an idiot, a blockhead. 人生24项才富你拥有几项? Life's 24 treasures. How many do you possess? Xiefeng. August 6, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In life, there are 24 treasures. If you possess them all, you are the most affluent person in the world. Even if you have 12 of them, you are not. Take a look at how many you possess. Sunlight, 2. Blue skies, 3. Drinking water, 4. Clean air, 5. Land to cultivate, 6. The ability to hear rooster crowing and birds singing, 7. Salt, 8. Something to do every day, 9. Clothes to wear, 10. Shelter to live in, 11. Food to fill your stomach, 12. Someone cares, loves, helps, and remembers you, 13. 1 or 2 intimate friends, 14. Someone you care, love, and remember deeply, 15. Enjoying watermelon and peaches in summer, 16. Access to a phone and books, 17. Regular visits from friends and family, or there are relatives and friends available to visit, 18. A healthy body, 19. No debts or owing money to others, 20. Faith and ideals, 21. Life has objectives, and there's a direction to life, 22. A heart willing to serve others, 23. Cheerful, optimistic, romantic emotions and sentiments, 24. Having plentiful sexual partners. If you possess these 24 treasures, you're a magnate in this world. Henceforth, do not envy emperors, wealthy individuals, or government officials because you are the most blessed person in the world. 回不去的故乡. Unreturnable hometown. Xiefeng. August 9, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Life's vicissitudes. Many places we long to visit can never be revisited. Many people we long to see can never be seen again. When we departed initially, if we knew that parting meant an impossible return or reunion, we would have taken another look, stored more memories of our hometown in the warehouse of our minds. Those easy goodbyes, back then, were never thought to be the final wave to those we yearned to meet. Each parting became a permanent farewell. Parting is easy, reuniting difficult. Life is long, but time and tide wait for no man. How priceless is this affection, yet what can be done about it? The wind and the moon mock me for being naive for every passing year. In the journey of life, things that once seemed ordinary, mundane, and commonplace were not cherished at that time, nor considered precious. However, upon realizing the inability to revisit or re-experience them, those experiences became incredibly invaluable. Year after year, day after day, moment after moment, we've always been amidst precious experiences. Yet, due to their apparent ordinariness, we neglected their value and significance. However, when the realization dawns that those experiences cannot be replicated, we discover the heavens and earth may last long, but sometimes emotions come to an end, yet this regret remains ceaseless. How much resentment in the west wind, unable to blow away the frown. Mutual hatred lacks trust. Mutual understanding reveals shallow seas. In the vast expanse of life's path, along with every acquaintance, there is a continual journey of fondness and regret. Once we recognize someone, before long, it turns into yearning, then resentment. How many deep affections and friendships have been severed across distant lands, yearning for reunions amidst landscapes of formidable mountains and flowing rivers, yet finding no way to come together again. Thus, we walk this road, leaving pieces of ourselves, journeying amidst longing, yearning to speak but remaining silent, truest when love cuts to the bone. Let's cherish moments by smiling when scolded by parents, for such chances are rare. Cherish those times when siblings tease, as sibling affection is deep as the sea. Once severed, the cost of regret is high. Cherish the moment when you meet someone, even if they complain. For someone you've been intimate with is life's blessing, the most worthwhile chapter of life, worth cherishing, worth growing old together with, sharing life's stories with. Cherish the friendships with neighbors, friends, and relatives. Endure when disagreements arise, for these moments constitute the landscape of our life's journey. What seemed insignificant in youth becomes the invaluable treasures of life when old age and sunset arrive. Life is sorrowful. The hometown we cannot return to, the people we cannot see anymore. Life is joyful. The countless amorous feelings and inexhaustible scenery along the way. Though the mountains are high and the waters vast, full of doubt for the road ahead, I have a way to avoid sorrow and embrace joy. If you wish to reunite with loved ones year after year and share endless moments of bliss on the journey of life, then embark on the journey of immortality together, leaving behind the bone-deep yearning. The path of immortality and celestial love is layered and vast. Rivers merging with rivers, peaks connecting with peaks. Flowers bloom on the hills, fragrance fills the path. Phoenixes echo in the valleys, forest murmurs. Small bridges overflowing waters, ancient pavilions on long roads, heartfelt conversations, hand in hand toward the horizon, extraordinary scenery awaits. 了解自然之力，借助自然之力. Understanding the force of nature, employing its power. Xiefeng. August 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. The most sensitive, unimaginable, miraculous, potent, intimidating, and unchallengeable force in the universe is the power of nature. It permeates the operation of the cosmos and all human activities, both shaping and influencing the success, failure, destiny, and prospects of everyone. Nature's power comprises both visible and invisible elements. The visible includes phenomena like typhoons, hurricanes, earthquakes, torrential rain, among others. The invisible encompasses the seemingly commonplace forces that make seeds germinate and grow, keep the celestial bodies moving, sustain the cycles of the seasons, and even cause disasters in an instant. A person of integrity, though not actively seeking fortune, the heavens guide them unexpectedly to achieve their heartfelt aspirations. A devious individual, despite craftily avoiding misfortune, the heavens intervene at their cunning moments to seize their soul. The force behind guiding unexpectedly and seizing their soul is the unseen power of nature. A tiny seed can grow into a towering tree. A small fertilized egg can develop into an incredibly complex life. An ordinary person can become a world-shaking leader. A powerful empire can crumble. A prominent figure can be imprisoned or even executed. Behind all these occurrences lies the true power of nature. As one grows older, reminiscing about life, many pivotal moments are realized as beyond personal control, seemingly prearranged. No one wishes to face hardships and setbacks, yet they arrive unexpectedly. Some people suddenly rise to prominence only to fall abruptly, a sequence beyond their control, unexpected and unforeseen. Life seems to be governed by an elusive force that makes one sigh. The mysteries of heaven are divine. Human cleverness is of little use. The power of nature is enigmatic and unpredictable, but is there a pattern to follow? The Book of the Supreme Way's responsiveness teaches us, speak, see, and act in goodness. If 3 good deeds are performed in a day, blessings will come within 3 years. Speak, see, and act in evil. If 3 evil deeds are done in a day, calamities will come within 3 years. It truly reflects that misfortune and fortune are self-induced. This is the most straightforward and easily comprehensible rule of nature's power. Myriad complex phenomena teach us one principle. If you desire a fortunate, healthy, and happy life, do not invest in manipulation and adaptability, do not exert efforts in amassing wealth or networking. Instead, focus on nurturing your soul garden. Avoiding wrongdoing is the safest path to preventing stumbles in life. By dedicating oneself, accumulating virtues, bringing goodness, joy, and happiness to others, society, and nature, employing the power of nature, life becomes smoother and one can evade disasters. However, if one brings pain and harm to others, society, or nature, the force of nature will inevitably administer a corresponding punishment. Everything is born, grows, is punished, and eventually perishes by nature. In harmony with nature, there is birth and growth. In opposition to nature, there is punishment and destruction. Desiring to reach heaven, do not exert effort in gong, methods, techniques, or intelligence. Avoid investing in complex matters. Instead, focus on the simplest task, cultivating your inner soul garden. The force of nature will generously reward those who maintain a beautiful soul garden. 乞丐的启示, The lesson from a beggar. Xiefeng, August 13, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. What's the primary characteristic of a beggar? Rural beggars carry empty bowls, going door to door seeking food. Urban beggars occupy street corners, extending their hands for money. Their common trait, they seek alms from others. Anyone who extends their hand, seeking alms from others, is a beggar. This enlightens us. Anyone not creating or unwilling to serve others for sustenance will eventually become a beggar. Beggars are not destitute. Some are physically capable and able-bodied, while others possess great wealth. Their common psychological trait is stinginess. They are unwilling to utilize their abilities or wealth and seek to gain without effort. In life, one must persistently engage in at least one of these four activities. 1. Creating material wealth. 2. Cultivating spiritual wealth. 3. Nurturing soul wealth. 4. Serving others. If one engages in none of the above, irrespective of their status, be it an emperor or a commoner, wealthy or poor, official or common citizen, religious or non-religious, famous or just one among many, they are essentially beggars. The antonym of a beggar is a benefactor, someone who selflessly gives material, spiritual, or soul wealth without expecting anything in return. Those who offer service without anticipating a reward are benefactors. A benefactor is someone with the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva. They are the truly wealthy ones. Those who, despite being materially poor, bring joy to others are not beggars but wealthy individuals. In conclusion, anyone who does not create wealth or offer service yet continuously depends on external resources and services from others is a beggar. Once reduced to a beggar, one loses the dignity of a living being and forfeits the eligibility to ascend to heaven. 让我们开始学说话. Let's start learning to speak. Xiefeng, August 18, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Firstly, I repent to the greatest creator because I have uttered many improper words. From now on, I'll speak cautiously, avoiding creating suffering due to inappropriate words. Words spoken by the mouth have the power to revive life, to turn around situations, to bring light in the darkest times, to provide warmth akin to spring, to uplift the despairing, to comfort the sorrowful, to ignite passion in desolate hearts, to show the dawn to the lost to be inspired and live positively thereafter. Some words even lead to enlightenment, becoming Buddha or celestial. Conversely, words spoken from human mouths can subtly kill, distort truths, provoke chaos, shatter the hopeful into desperation, break friendships, blur right and wrong, slander the innocent, portray black as white, instill fear, crush people's belief and confidence in life, lead one astray from the righteous path, mislead to the point of confusion, and transform individuals into malevolent beings. If one cannot master the art of words, it not only harms others and society but also affects relatives and friends, leaving behind boundless karmic obstacles for oneself, making escape from the cycle of existence unattainable. There are 8 types of speech that should never be uttered: passive, negative, and pessimistic. Sowing discord and creating rifts in relationships. Cursing others. Complaining and grumbling. Holding grudges. Gossiping behind others' backs. Sarcasm, ridicule, mockery, threats, violence, deceit, and tempting others to commit crimes. Blasphemy against the greatest creator, spirits, masters, ancestors, or benefactors. Conversely, there are 8 types of speech one should wholeheartedly express. Warm and comforting words. Words that bring joy and happiness. Uplifting and encouraging words. Positive, optimistic, and constructive words. Inspirational words fostering a longing for a better life. Humorous and witty words that make people burst into laughter. Praising and appreciating others and life itself. Hymns and prayers to the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Speaking is an art and a form of cultivation. Apart from speaking words that benefit oneself without causing harm, the tone, expression, and attitude are also crucial. A gentle tone, a friendly expression, and a soft attitude, even while criticizing, make it easier for others to accept. Conversely, a harsh tone, stern expression, a disdainful and aggressive attitude, or even hysterics, even if the words spoken are truthful and beneficial, make it challenging for people to accept and might incite resistance. In life, those unable to speak properly will face difficulties and setbacks. On the other hand, those who are articulate will have advantages and will be a breath of fresh air to others, paving the way for a bright future. Have you learned to speak well? 不同的路上看到的风景不同. Different sceneries along different roads. Xiefeng. September 21st, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Yesterday, on September 20th, 2023, Huiyi and I traveled to Kamloops, which is 230 kilometers away from the headquarters in Canada, for a task. Having been there a few times before, I chose the familiar route that passed through 100 Mile House, Clinton, and Cache Creek. From Cache Creek to Kamloops, the landscape was characterized by desolate mountains and sparse human activity in the valleys. Occasionally, a few farms could be seen, mainly relying on sprinkler irrigation for grass cultivation. Along the way, there was a sense of desolation, only offset by the vitality sensed near the Kamloops Lake. Once, standing atop a hill in Kamloops, overlooking the city, I felt their predecessors had been somewhat short-sighted to establish a city in such desolate terrain. However, it wasn't until I traveled on Highway 5 that I realized my ignorance and limited perspective. The return journey was guided by navigation, initially following Highway 5, almost parallel to the Thompson River. The scenery along the riverbanks was picturesque, with dense population and diverse landscapes. The hills were lush with winding trees, while the Thompson River flowed clear and serene. Beautiful pastoral views with herds of cattle and horses and houses nestled amidst greenery embellished the riverbanks, almost resembling beaches made of fine sand. This wasn't just typical northern scenery, but a replica of New Zealand. I felt as if I had stepped into a utopian world like that of Tao Yuanming, exclaiming, "Canada is truly beautiful." Taking a left turn towards Highway 24 from Little Fort, we entered vast forests. With excellent road conditions and the mid-autumn season, the sky was high and clear, the air fresh. Bushes and poplar trees lined both sides of the road, their leaves turning golden. For nearly 70 to 80 kilometers, it felt like driving on a golden avenue, an awe-inspiring autumn landscape beyond words. From Highway 97 to Highway 1 to Kamloops, then from Kamloops onto Highway 5, and eventually onto Highway 24, the landscape seen on different roads were significantly different. This presents us with the following insight. If we always live in the same place, we may believe that this world is an exact reflection of our lives. Our understanding becomes fixed, our thinking becomes rigid, and our cognition shapes everything in the world based on our fixed perspectives. This can lead to inflexible thinking, a lack of adaptability, which causes conflicts and contradictions, leading to chaos, even wars, ignorance, and backwardness. Similarly, if we always travel on Highway 97 or 1 but never on Highway 5 or 24, we'll never know the scenery along these roads. If we immerse ourselves solely in a certain religion, political system, or cultural ethnicity, we'll never understand the essence of other religions, the merits and demerits of different systems, or the characteristics of other cultural ethnicities. In such circumstances, any conclusions we draw will surely not align with universal values. The more we insist we are right, the worse our future becomes. Likewise, if our consciousness dwells solely in the material world, our understanding and thinking will be confined to materialistic thoughts and commercial patterns. Consequently, we will never understand the mindset and realms of people living in the spiritual and soul worlds. We might think those living in the spiritual world, especially the soul world, are incredibly foolish or even mad. Conversely, those dwelling in the spiritual and soul worlds may perceive those living in the material world as no different from insects or animals. These are cognitive biases caused by not having traveled on highways 5 and 24. 人类生存的结构会导致人类灭亡. The structure of human existence will lead to human extinction. Xiefeng. October 22, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. What will eventually happen when a train hurtles forward without brakes? Earth's rotational speed is 30 kilometers per second. Now imagine it accelerating to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 kilometers per second. What will eventually happen? Any object's speed has a limit. Once surpassed, it disintegrates. Similarly, when the Earth or a train exceeds its speed limit, it'll either break down structurally or burn out. Now, let's examine if human society's survival structure resembles that accelerating train without brakes. Firstly, consider human desires. Though religion and natural disasters act as braking mechanisms, human desires themselves have no limits. The fisherman and the goldfish story vividly illustrates the unending nature of human desires. It's inherent in human nature. Human society consists of individuals, and their unending desires prove that the current structure of this society, composed of people, lacks a braking system. Whether one becomes a department head, a governor, or even a president, there's no satiation unless they rule the universe as the greatest creator. Will embezzling or making $10,000 satisfy someone? What about $100,000, $1 million, $10 million, or even $100 million? Not really, unless they gather all the world's wealth. Next, the uncontrolled population growth and reckless exploitation of natural resources lead to diminishing forests, grasslands, and wetlands. The exploitation of coal, oil, and minerals has no limits, while the waste from human production and lifestyle severely pollutes the air, soil, and water sources. It disrupts the food chain, disturbs the biosphere balance, contributes to global warming, glacier melting, increased hurricanes, heavy rainfall and floods, frequent droughts, forest fires, and consistently extreme high temperatures. These facts reveal that human society's survival structure is flawed. If unchanged, humanity, like the accelerating train, will ultimately disintegrate towards destruction. What are the problems in the structure of human existence? The core factors are family and nation. If these structures remain intact, humanity faces insurmountable problems and crises. The traditional family structure is the birthplace of human selfishness, often for family benefit. Selfishness leads to wastage of resources and a surge in social crimes. If the traditional family structure disintegrates, many selfish behaviors would naturally disappear, easing tensions between people, society, and nature. The new second home model created by Life-Genuine Community has substantiated this fact with ample evidence. The national structure functions as a machine for humans to vie for resources and mutually destroy each other. Presently, global military spending, divided among the world's 8 billion people, amounts to more than $300 per person annually. Redirecting this money towards improving livelihoods could save vast natural resources. Furthermore, the existence of a nation demands a large number of officials who contribute little to wealth creation but rely on the populace for support. In China, for instance, out of 1.4 billion people, around 80 million are financially supported by the state's tax revenue. Roughly, it takes about 12 working-age individuals to support one government worker. Globally, the working-age population, defined as individuals between 15 to 64 years old, faces similar circumstances. In China, the working age is 16 to 60 years old for men and 54 for women. Factoring in the unemployed, disabled individuals, and farmers with minimal income, it's estimated that around 5 to 6 individuals involved in material wealth creation support one government worker. Regardless of how much those creating material wealth earn, government employees' salaries are mostly fixed and obligatory. In reality, anyone who consumes pays taxes, and a substantial portion of this tax serves as salaries for government employees. Thus, the existence of the nation-state entails significant waste and places an overwhelming burden on its citizens. If all nations on Earth were to disappear, people could potentially lead relatively tranquil lives. In conclusion, if humanity continues on its traditional production and lifestyle path, it leads to destruction. If families disband and nations disappear, humanity can transform crisis into tranquility and embark on the road to happiness. 站在阴沟里，请仰望星空. Look up to the stars while standing in the gutter. Xiefeng, November 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. In life's journey, there will be times when you find yourself living in the gutter. The gutter is characterized by its darkness, dampness, foul odor, and the presence of rodents, snakes, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. Living in the gutter feels like being neither alive nor dead, unable to live well yet unable to die, trapped and unable to escape, enduring the torment of both physical and mental suffering. Have you experienced any of this? Local thugs and bullies harass you, disrupting your normal life, bullying you and your loved ones, smash your windows, shout loudly in front of your door at midnight, smear paint on your door, and frequently threaten you with phrases like, "If you do not something, I'll something you." Have you ever experienced this? You're bullied, but you have no recourse. You call out to the heavens, but receive no answer. You call out to the earth, but find no relief. There's nowhere to seek justice, nowhere to air grievances. You feel deeply troubled and contemplate hanging yourself. Have you experienced this? Being unemployed, having no savings in the bank, responsible for caring for family members, having no land for farming, no job prospects, seeking help from anyone possible but finding no one willing to assist. Have you experienced this? Your home being destroyed time and again, being repeatedly driven out of your own home, with nowhere to go in this vast world, nowhere to settle, wandering every day, struggling to survive in a state of disappointment, hopelessness, and despair. Have you ever experienced this? Once your home was filled with esteemed guests, there were no ordinary visitors. You were spirited, full of ambition, guiding and stirring the world with your words. Suddenly, one day, you became a prisoner. Your home was ruined, your possessions confiscated. Former close friends and those whom you once helped scattered. No one came to rescue you, not even to visit. Have you experienced this? You struggled immensely to escape the clutches, setting off on a journey toward your free homeland. However, along the way, you had to dodge police exploitation and extortion from the underworld, endure life-threatening jungle adventures, and traverse turbulent seas. As funds depleted, food supplies vanished, and illness struck. Have you experienced this? The person you trusted the most betrayed and deceived you, emptied your pockets, sabotaged your career, and spread a series of untrue accusations against you. You found no one to stand up for your justice. People looked at you with suspicion. Have you experienced this? Unknowingly, you fell into an organization or a trap. Initially, you tasted all the sweetness, thinking you were on the path to success and a superior life. But once certain conspiracies unraveled, you found yourself trapped with no way out and had to consider desperate measures. When any of these experiences happen, it proves you're currently living in the gutter. Living in the gutter is akin to standing on the cliff of death. One misstep and you'll plummet into the abyss, bidding farewell to life. Globally, approximately 1 million people commit suicide each year, with about 10 to 20 million attempting it. Those contemplating or committing suicide are those living in the gutter at that moment. If you're living in the gutter, here's some advice. Look up to the stars. The heavens have eyes, the earth has eyes, and everyone has a pair of eyes. When you stand in the gutter, the heavens, the earth, and people are all watching you, observing how you handle it. If you look up at the stars, there's a chance to escape the gutter. Angels and bodhisattvas are working among us, attempting to guide people to paradise. Only by looking up can you see and find them. Clearly express yourself. They can assist you. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Light your inner divine lamp. The more difficult the situation, the more crucial it is to seek truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty, because the more beautiful things are, the less likely they'll be found in the gutter. If you pursue falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, doubt, and deceit, you'll never escape the gutter. Pray to the greatest creator, seeking forgiveness and a path to light. Invite the greatest creator into your heart. Believe that the greatest creator can help you escape the gutter. Don't bow to anything in the gutter. Do not believe anything in the gutter, and do not glorify the darkness in the gutter. Don't harbor any illusions about anything in the gutter. If you do not look up at the stars, but instead hold on to a false hope of gaining liberation by flattering and glorifying the gutter, you'll never escape from it. Never align yourself with the gutter. Everything that happens in the gutter is sinful. Don't attempt to escape the gutter using its ways, tricks, paths, or methods. Doing so will only cause you to sink deeper into the gutter, possibly beyond redemption. Believe that there are countless kind, hardworking, and willing to help people in this world. They are the ones you can trust and rely on, but the premise is to maintain your own good qualities. Only then will you have the chance to climb out of the gutter and never fall into it again. Remember two important sayings: the world is faultless. All faults lie within us, and the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is zero. Focus on what you can do for others and society, not what you can get from them. This attitude will bring salvation. Living in the gutter happens to be the best opportunity for a profound transformation, a chance to transcend the ordinary. It requires a complete reset. Since you're already standing on the edge of death, why not completely wipe out your past perspectives on life, values, beliefs, and worldview? Replace them entirely with a set of 4 perspectives that are completely different from your previous ones. However, the prerequisite is to look up at the stars. Don't waste time and energy complaining about everything in the gutter, and above all, do not compromise and collude with anything of the gutter. 扎根自然之道，笑看风云变幻. Rooted in the way of nature, laughing at the changing world. Xiefeng. November 12, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Everything that has occurred in history, whether magnificent or dark, now seems like a passing cloud or a fleeting moment, as dew and lightning. Thus, you should meditate upon them. All that's happening today, be it tyrannical or democratic, all conflicts are like compete for the space of a snail's antler or contend for a flash of light. All conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. The awakened ones play the game within the game. The ignorant ones are played by the game. Crying out to the heavens stems from not understanding causality. Rejoicing in the heavens comes from not comprehending the plot. Only the enlightened ones can be free and unfazed, like bamboo swaying in the wind, which, when the wind passes, leaves no sound, or geese crossing the cold pond, which, when the geese are gone, leaves no trace, and they can laugh at the changing world. Ensnared in the plot, deluded by illusions, hence anxious for wealth, distressed by poverty, like ants on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Stepping out of the storyline to observe the world's vicissitudes is simply witnessing the ebb and flow, the blossoming and withering of seasons. Quietly observing the turbulent world, the changing climate, scrutinizing discussions on social media and various information platforms, where mixed truths and falsehoods clash, is like watching the rise and fall of waves, the struggle between black and white. From presidents to commoners, generals to soldiers, experts to armchair critics, from masters to servants, everyone is deeply engaged in the play, mistaking vinegar for ink and writing a lifetime of sourness. How much effort is worth spending on the fleeting moments of life? Is it worth fighting for every inch of the vast world we inhabit? The full moon and waning moon ultimately reduce us to a handful of yellow earth. The rising and setting sun swiftly turns the landscape into desolate plains. Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. Where is the constancy in rise and fall? Where does strength or weakness lie? Amidst change, there's consistency, And within chaos, there's order. We can perceive the constancy and order in the cosmic life drama through the three verses of Shinshio, Huineng, and Deiform Buddha. Shinshio. The body is a Bodhi tree, the mind a clear mirror standing. At all times diligently wipe it clean and let no dust alight. Huineng. Bodhi is not a tree, and the clear mirror is nowhere to stand. Fundamentally, there is not a single thing. Where could dust arise? Deiform Buddha. Our heart, mind, can perceive the material world, Bodhi tree, and our soul, consciousness, is like a bright mirror which can observe how the heart responds to all kinds of phenomena. When reaching a state of enlightening and perceiving the intrinsic nature of life, consciousness can create millions of things and phenomena by itself. Thus it transcends all dust on the mirror and reaches the other shore of true freedom. The Bodhi tree and the mirror stand represent constancy and order, while dust represents change and chaos. Shinshio warns against attracting dust. Huineng suggests that neither constancy nor order exists, nor does change or chaos, while Deiform Buddha says that by rooting consciousness in constancy and order, one can transcend change and chaos. What is constancy and order? The way of the greatest creator is both constancy and order. It is eternal, unchanging laws and principles. Adhering to constancy and order, one can transcend dust, no longer perplexed by the vicissitudes of society and nature. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. Only by rooting oneself in the way of nature can one laugh at the changing world, unobstructed by illusions. Hence, one can navigate gracefully through the vast transformations of chaos, freely, without being swayed by appearances, continually ascending toward the eternal realm of immortality. 大事由天，小事由人. Great matters are decided by fate. Small matters are decided by people. Xiefeng. November 13, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The folk saying goes, at 3, you can predict how they'll be in old age. At 7, character is set for life. Despite the importance of upbringing and education, a person's future is fundamentally shaped at birth. While efforts post-birth are crucial, a duckling can never transform into a swan no matter how hard it tries, just as a cabbage can never become a peony no matter the effort. During my time as a high school class teacher, I observed a phenomenon. After a semester of observing nearly 60 students, I had a basic understanding of each student's future, those who might attend college, those who might join technical schools, those who might only graduate from high school and engage in manual labor, and even those who might take to criminal activities. Though I didn't conduct follow-ups, I knew that the probabilities of development rarely deviated from my assessments. Great matters are decided by fate, small matters are decided by people, and a person's life is mostly predetermined from birth. Those familiar with fortune-telling through birth dates know that a person's fortune, happiness, longevity, and misfortune are determined at birth. Changing or altering them is nearly impossible. While Liao Fan's 4 lessons tells us that people can alter their predetermined fate through certain means, such occurrences are rare, and for most, fate remains unchangeable. Understanding this truth holds several uses for us. If you encounter misfortune, do not regret or resent it, for it was bound to happen, just like death is inevitable. Dwelling on it is unnecessary. If you achieve success, do not become arrogant or boastful, for it's not entirely your doing but a plot already scripted by fate. Don't imitate or learn from anyone. No matter how hard a crow tries to imitate a parrot, it cannot replicate the parrot's grace and voice. Be yourself. Don't harbor wild ambitions. The traits of great deceit or great compassion are inherent in one's genes. If born as a fierce tiger, it will surely become the king of the mountains. If born as a lamb, it will never turn into a wolf. Life's journey seldom has a smooth path throughout. It's bound to encounter setbacks, lessons, and even Waterloos. At such times, harboring resentment is futile. It's best to smile because evading it is impossible. Facing it and accepting it calmly can alleviate much of the harm. Direction and purpose outweigh effort. Persistently walking toward a direction is better than frantic efforts in the same spot. Once standing on the wrong side for the sake of interests, there might be futile efforts or even risks to life. When the greatest creator sneezes, the entire world benefits. On a macro scale, receiving the greatest creator's favor ensures a peaceful and prosperous life. Losing it, no matter how frugal one is, might lead to mere survival. Hence, focus on the big goals and do not mourn the loss of petty gains. The best way to change fate is to consider contributing something for others, society, or nature rather than seeking something from them. Rendering others hopeless will eventually leave oneself with no way forward. When young, one strides with confidence, feeling that their future is entirely within their control. It's only when they reach 60 or beyond that they realize in the world, one's destiny is not entirely one's own. The things they want to do become impossible, and the things they do not want to do must be done every day. Often, it's not that one desires to fall into decadence or idleness, but rather the surroundings and people force them into such a situation. Eventually, they understand that great matters are decided by fate, not by individuals. Small matters are under our control. Whether to utter a cold remark, what to have for lunch, rice or steamed buns, decides on our own, although sometimes it feels like we cannot decide. Choosing the information to explore on WeChat or YouTube, deciding whether to shower in the morning or at night. All these minor decisions are in our hands. We must take charge of and decide on all these little things ourselves, without passing the responsibility to fate. Never underestimate the significance of small matters. Sometimes, even a single spoken sentence can alter the trajectory of destiny. A careless remark may lead to a downfall, while a well-chosen one can brighten the darkest moments. 到底做自己对还是放弃做自己对? Should one adhere to being oneself or give up being oneself? Xiefeng. November 15, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. On March 24, 2021, I wrote an article titled, "Giving Up Being Oneself is the Superior Way of Cultivation," explicitly stating to give up being oneself. On November 13, 2023, I wrote another article titled, "Great Matters Are Decided by Fate. Small Matters Are Decided by People," clearly stating to just be yourself. So, should one be oneself or give up being oneself? Which viewpoint is correct? First, let's examine whether the viewpoint of being oneself is correct. My logical reasoning is, each species can only be itself because it cannot transcend its own kind. For instance, a crow wanting to become a parrot, a sheep wanting to become a wolf, or a fly wanting to become a bee. All these desires are unattainable. No matter how hard they try, wanting to become another species is impossible. Therefore, just be oneself. Even within the same species, such as ants or bees, the ant queen and the bee queen are predetermined. Ordinary ants or bees aspiring to be queens, despite their learning and efforts, is also impossible. So, one can only be oneself. Similarly, among humans, some are naturally gifted while others are not. Some have melodious voices while others do not. Some are born into privilege while others struggle from birth. Some are handsome, and some have a more modest appearance. Each person is unique. No matter how hard one tries to imitate others, they cannot become someone else. Similarly, in business, doing the same thing in the same era can result in profits for some and losses for others. Learning and effort are crucial, but one should never plagiarize or imitate others. This viewpoint, is it wrong? Now, let's examine whether the viewpoint of giving up being oneself is incorrect. I directly brought over the main content from "Giving Up Being Oneself is the Superior Way of Cultivation" for everyone to contemplate. Christ Jesus taught us, "If any want to become my followers, let them deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it." Buddha Shakyamuni taught us, "If a bodhisattva thoroughly understands the dharma of no self, he is a true bodhisattva." Celestial Laozi taught us, "Is what we value and what we fear within ourselves. We have fears because we have a self. When we do not regard that self as a self, what have we to fear? Therefore, he who values the world as his self may then be entrusted with the government of the world. And if he who loves the world as his self, the world may then be entrusted to his care. Only by being unselfish can one fulfill one's wishes, and only by being selfless can one accomplish himself. How does it feel? Isn't the viewpoint of giving up being oneself correct? Given that being oneself is right and giving up being oneself is also correct, it creates complete contradiction, leaving one unsure. Hold on, let's understand it this way. Telling a 5-year-old child, go play, and letting them freely play is appropriate, right? However, if we tell a 30-year-old adult or an 80-year-old elderly person, go play, would that be suitable? Certainly not. Likewise, telling an ordinary person, be yourself, do not fantasize about being someone else, is correct. But for a wise person, aware of transcending worldly desires and aspiring for heaven, instructing them to give up being oneself and wholeheartedly following the teachings of gods and saints, adhering to heavenly standards without becoming fixated personal insights. Isn't this right approach? Any qualified teacher or master must tailor their guidance according to the aptitude of the disciple. Beams need guidance according to the beam standards, pillars according to the pillar standards, and rafters according to the rafter standards. A uniform standard cannot be imposed on everyone. Hence, guiding the general public should entail telling them, be yourself. Guiding exceptional individuals like saints and Buddhas must caution them to give up being oneself. 生命禅院对巴以冲突的解决方案 Life Genuine Solution to the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. Xiefeng, December 11, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. Purpose: to ensure that every Jewish person lives safely and happily, and that every Palestinian lives safely and happily. Jews and Palestinians share the same ancestor, Abraham. Hence, the conflict between them is like a dispute between brothers, family feud. The land where Palestinians and Jews reside belongs to the Promised Land. It does not exclusively belong to either group. Therefore, the best solution is reconciliation and joint management between Palestinians and Jews. The desire of either side to eradicate the other from this Promised Land is a fallacy and will only lead to greater catastrophes. How can Jews and Palestinians reconcile? Firstly, let's determine who should govern the Promised Land. The premise should be whoever can ensure the safety, health, prosperity, and happiness of every citizen. If Palestinians can manage the affairs of the Promised Land better, let them govern. If Jews can do it better, they should manage. The fact remains that Jews have managed the Promised Land better economically, technologically, and administratively than Palestinians. Therefore, the best approach is for all Palestinians to integrate into Israeli society, considering themselves Israeli citizens. Palestinian elites with wisdom and capabilities can participate in the national governance. If Palestinians refuse to integrate into Israeli society, or if Jews refuse to accept Palestinians as Israeli citizens, consider the following alternatives. In the recent Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we've seen support for Palestine from at least 30 countries, condemning Israel. Since these countries care for the safety and well-being of Palestinians but militarily, Palestine is unable to surpass Israel, let's relocate the 6 million Palestinians currently living in Palestine to these countries. Each country can accept 200,000 refugees. This would resolve the issue. If the countries supporting Palestine only pay lip service and do not genuinely care for Palestinians, unwilling to accept them, then the third option comes into play. Isn't the United States supporting Israel? Then accept all 9.7 million Jewish people as Americans. Your country is vast and resourceful enough to allow 9.7 million Jews to move to the U.S. This would make the United States stronger. Moreover, I've observed many in the U.S. showing support for and standing by Palestine through protests. Let these sincere individuals, who genuinely care for Palestinians, go to Palestine and aid in its development. I believe those supporting and advocating for Palestine in the United States genuinely care for and cherish Palestine. They would certainly be willing to go to Palestine to participate in its construction. After all, once the Jewish people leave, there will be numerous houses available to live in and plenty of modern facilities to use. Why not take this opportunity? This would completely resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and relieve Palestinians of any future concerns. If the 9.7 million Jewish people are unwilling to immigrate to the United States, or if the U.S. lacks the courage and openness to accept them, then, considering the good relations with Israel and the concern for Palestinians, Russia, with its vast territory and insufficient military manpower, could accept 6 million Palestinian immigrants. Accepting 6 million Palestinians to Russia could both develop the vast land resources of Siberia and enhance Russia's influence. This would be a beneficial scenario for Israel, Palestine, Russia, and the entire world. If Russia refuses to accept Palestinian immigrants, or if Palestinians are unwilling to go to Russia, then the Israeli-Palestinian conflict will continue. Life Achanuan provides these three solutions: reconciliation between Israel and Palestine, 30-plus countries supporting Palestine to accept Palestinian refugees, all Jews migrating to the U.S., or all Palestinians moving to Russia. If none of these works, the last resort would be war using the most brutal means directly. As history has shown us, where civilization fails, barbarism becomes the most direct and effective way to resolve disputes. 人类不会灭绝的三大支柱. The Three Pillars Preventing Human Extinction. By Xiefeng. January 8, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. The talk of doomsday is prevalent, with fears that humanity will become extinct. This is an unnecessary worry. Humans will continue to exist for billions of years until the solar system enters the long axis segment of the Taiji ellipsoid. Here are the reasons why humans will not become extinct. A cattle farmer who raises 10 cows will not slaughter all 10 cows for meat, nor will he let them starve, fall ill, or be eaten by wolves. The earth is that farm, the God who created humans is that cattle farmer, and humans are those cows. Therefore, God will not let humans become extinct. However, if a farm's grass can only feed 30 cows, and the number of cows on the farm exceeds 30, then the surplus cows will be dealt with. If we believe there is a farmer managing this earth, then we do not need to worry about human extinction. Those who have studied the solar system know that the entire solar system serves the earth, and the earth serves humans. If there are no humans on earth, the earth loses its value of existence. If the earth disappears, the solar system will collapse. Without the solar system, the Milky Way would be like a person missing a finger, imperfect. Therefore, for the perfection of the Milky Way, humans cannot become extinct. Because I do not want humans to become extinct, there will be no doomsday, and humans will continue to reproduce. And this I might be you, the reader, or him or her. The above, farmer, solar system, and I are the three pillars preventing human extinction. Ridiculous? Far-fetched? Nonsense? You can have 10,000 reasons to question or overthrow my three pillars theory with factual, scientific, philosophical, and logical reasoning. But what I want to say is that my simple words are talking about the most profound laws and rules of the universe. The future of humanity is beautiful. In another 20 years, everyone will live a happy, joyful, free, and blissful life in a paradise isolated from the world. 人需要终生学习和接受教育. The necessity of lifelong learning and education. Xiefeng. January 13, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Do people need to continue learning and receiving education when they reach the age of 80? The answer is affirmative. Because the journey of life is still long. At 80 years old, one is still just a child. Because learning and receiving education are the primary factors leading to maturity and a better future. Once one stops learning and receiving education, the trajectory of one's life becomes fixed, and one's troubles, pains, and resentments will continue. Therefore, as long as one is alive and the mind is clear, one should not stop learning and receiving education. If one knows that they are going to die in the afternoon, should they learn and receive education in the morning? The answer is also affirmative. If in the morning I were to gain knowledge of the correct path in life, I would be able to die at sunset without regret. If the morning's learning and education can make the confusion of one's life suddenly clear, one will not be attached to the world and will leave the world peacefully. Leaving peacefully will open the door to a better future. Looking back on my life, if I am not creating, I am learning and receiving education. Creation brings me joy. Learning and receiving education make me understand the truth and also make me open-minded. Doing nothing and pure enjoyment actually leave me with regret and pain. Only creation, learning, and receiving education make my life full of joy and satisfaction. What should we learn? In adolescence, learn knowledge. In youth, learn skills. After middle age, learn philosophy; in old age, learn Tao. Why should we receive education? Because of ignorance, or we are not omniscient and omnipotent? From my cognition, even the presidents of various countries in the world today, billionaires, scholars, and professors, none of them are perfect, and none of them understand life and life. As for the general public, there is even more lack of knowledge, and their non-material structure of life is too defective, which will not only lead to their own unhappy future, but also lead to disharmony and disasters in nature. I also found a problem, that is, 98% of people did not receive good education from their parents when they were young, and they can be said to be underdeveloped. The reason is that parents neglect to educate and guide their children, and the other is that the parents' own outlook on life, values, outlook on life, and worldview have problems. Parents are like molds, and the products poured out of defective molds will be branded with the defects of the molds. If you didn't establish a correct outlook on life, values, outlook on life, and worldview when you were young, you will be affected by it for the rest of your life. Apart from the influence of innate factors, the education and guidance received when one was young is very important. Many people's willfulness, stubbornness, short-sightedness, narrow-mindedness, and selfishness are caused by the cultural environment when they were young, and that kind of character is difficult to correct for a lifetime. There is also a very serious problem, that is, almost all the knowledge taught in primary schools, middle schools, and universities around the world is how to survive, lacking the teaching of knowledge about being a person and the relationship between people and nature. Even if some countries' school education includes some knowledge about being a person and the relationship between people and nature, it is still not comprehensive, even one-sided. Who will implement education and guidance? Parents, kindergarten, primary, middle, and university school teachers are the most critical factors. Craftsmen and masters and virtuous people in all walks of life, saints among human beings should all participate in education and guidance. Undoubtedly, these people have their own subjectivity and one-sidedness, so they cannot make the educated person sublimate in all aspects of body, mind, and spirit. Therefore, the ultimate education and guidance still have to rely on the gospel in the New Testament of the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching. In short, life is not easy, and one should use a lifetime to learn and receive education. 如何让人生简单点、轻松点? How to simplify and lighten life. Xiefeng, January 13, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The following are merely my personal views, for reference only. Wearing a 3 yuan electronic watch versus a 30,000 yuan mechanical watch, which one simplifies and lightens life? Obviously, since the purpose of wearing a watch is to keep track of time, and since the time displayed by a 3 yuan electronic watch and a 30,000 yuan mechanical watch is the same, why spend 30,000 yuan to wear a mechanical watch? Carrying a 97 yuan bag or 970,000 yuan Hermes bag? If you want to carry a 970,000 yuan Hermes bag, can life be simple and relaxed? The most expensive necklace in the world costs 95 million yuan. If you want to wear it, will your life be simple and relaxed? Can't you live without wearing a necklace? Why wear a necklace? Isn't it beautiful without a necklace? The above 3 points tell us that once a person seeks vanity, life cannot be simple and relaxed. There is a director who, in order to maintain his position and for the sake of promotion, what will he do? Flattering and fawning over superiors is inevitable. Intrigue among peers is inevitable. Fooling subordinates is inevitable. Can his life be simple and relaxed? There is a rich man who has a family treasure, has millions of dollars in the bank, and also runs a factory with thousands of employees. Compared with an ordinary teacher or doctor, is his life simple and relaxed? Or is the life of a teacher or doctor simple and relaxed? There is a moral celebrity who is praised by society for his harmonious marriage and happy family. He is a good person, a moral role model, and a role model for people. Is his life simple and relaxed? In order to preserve his reputation, what will he do? Will he pretend to be a gentleman? The above 3 points tell us that once you have something, whether it is status, wealth, or fame, life will inevitably not be simple and relaxed. A person was hired to work in a certain government unit, and a month later he was dismissed because he found loopholes in the management of the unit and suggested that the person in charge of the unit plug these loopholes. A person went to a factory to work. During the work, He always kindly pointed out the shortcomings and deficiencies of the workers around him, often warned them to be careful, and if anyone did not improve their words and deeds according to his suggestions, he would get angry at them. After a while, he couldn't get along because the people around him ignored him. He couldn't stand the loneliness and solitude, so he had to leave. There is a rural person who, due to his frugality and good housekeeping, lives a decent life. One year, he noticed that many families in the village had bought houses in the city, so he felt that he was falling behind, not keeping up with the times. So he smashed the pot and sold the iron to borrow money and also bought a house in the city. After buying the house, he found that he needed to decorate, pay property fees, and repay the loan plus interest. At this time, he realized that the stable days of the past had disappeared, and he needed to rack his brains to make money to maintain the basic life of the family, and life could no longer be simple and relaxed. The above 3 points tell us that once a person blindly worries, meddles in other people's business, and compares with others, life cannot be simple and relaxed. Well, just the above few points, we find that once a person loves vanity, has status, money, fame, worries about things that should not be worried about, manages things that should not be managed, often compares with others, then his life will definitely not be simple and relaxed. So, how can one have a simple and relaxed life? Give up vanity. Everything is based on practicality and usefulness. Live an ordinary day. Do not seek status, power, money, fame. Do not compare with others. Do everything within your ability. Don't worry about things that shouldn't be worried about. Don't manage things that shouldn't be managed. Don't think you're always right and argue with others. Do not participate in gambling, stock trading, financial management, and other speculative businesses. Everything has a price. Don't want to take any advantage. Don't try to fool anyone with your cleverness. Although simply following the above suggestions may not necessarily lead to a completely simple and relaxed life, at least it will bypass some dangerous beaches and traps and make one's life simpler, more relaxed, and more comfortable. 精神贵族才是人类的希望所在. Spiritual aristocrats are the hope of humanity. Xiefeng, January 15, 2024. Translation edited by Qin. Firstly, the aristocrats discussed in this article are not those defined in the traditional sense or in dictionaries who inherit titles, possess a large amount of wealth and power, and enjoy different rights from ordinary people under the law. Instead, they refer to those who are noble in spirit, rich in soul, not manipulated by the power, capital, cultural customs, and trends of the real world, independent, noble in character, and elegant. When we observe human society, more than 95% of people are swept away by power, money, customs, and trends. That is to say, as long as people worship and pursue power and status, chase material wealth, follow the rules and regulations of traditional customs and rules, and chase the tide of the times, then they are vulgar people, and their personality cannot rise to the temperament and realm of aristocrats. In the traditional definition, the opposite of an aristocrat is a commoner. In my understanding, the opposite of an aristocrat is a beggar. The reason why an aristocrat is that he has no demands on the outside world, no flattery, no fawning, no bribery, no kneeling, no compromise, no expectations, no confrontation. The reason why a beggar is that he has demands on the outside world. As long as there are demands, he is a beggar. For example, a rich man. If he has demands on government officials, this rich man is a beggar. A president. If he has demands on the people, this president is a beggar. For example, an entrepreneur can apply for a loan from a bank through regular procedures, but if he obtains a loan by bribing or winning over bank employees, then this entrepreneur is also a beggar. A university professor. If he bows and scrapes to the principal or the board of directors in order to keep his job or get promoted, then this university professor is a beggar. No matter who it is, as long as one has demands on the outside world, has expectations, and tramples on one's own dignity, personality, freedom, and independence, then he is a thorough beggar. Why do I say that Chanyuan Celestials should all be spiritual aristocrats? Because in the 20 years since the birth of the life of Chanyuan, we only walk the way of the greatest creator and the path of Chanyuan. We do not rely on others for survival, We never bribe those with power and influence. We do not envy power and status. We do not care for luxury cars, luxury houses, yachts, luxury goods. We do not chase gold, silver, jewelry, and material capital. We treat presidents, rich people, celebrities, masters equally. We only rely on our own diligence and wisdom to seek survival, rather than relying on fawning, flattering, bowing and scraping, compromising. Seeking survival even more will not rely on speculation, violation of the law and crime, and harm to life, harm to others, harm to society to seek survival. If you want to suppress us to make us submit, there is no door. If you want to threaten and tempt us to conquer us, there is no door. If you want to buy us with money, there is no door. If you want to force us to submit through various restrictions and blockades, there is no door. Even within the life of Chanuan, no one should impose his will on others, even if it is a tour guide. You only have to be a tour guide for tourists. You have no qualifications and power to impose your will on any Chanyuan celestial, unless I am willing, otherwise, I still ignore you. Similarly, any crown of Chanyuan celestial should not threaten or kidnap and restrict the tour guide. If you think the tour guide is fun, play together. If you think the tour guide is not fun, the tour guide doesn't want to play with you. We look at the fisherman. He hangs the bait that the fish likes to eat on the fish hook. If the fish thinks it's easy and cheap and feels that it's a waste not to eat it, once swallowed, its life is over. We look at the devil and his son and grandson. They use money, power, fame, status, beauty, and various small favors to fish for people. People are rushing to these baits. Once hooked, their small lives are over. These baits are like a whirlpool. Once you whirl in, you can no longer get the joy, happiness, freedom, contentment, and dignity of life, and you can no longer step into the gate of heaven. May there be more and more spiritual aristocrats born in the world. The history of mankind for thousands of years tells us that material aristocrats and power aristocrats will not bring freedom, peace, dignity, and happiness to mankind. Only spiritual aristocrats are the hope of mankind. 格局和境界发源于理想. Patterns and realms originate from ideals. Xiefeng, January 16, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. The grandeur of one's ideals determines the breadth of one's patterns and the depth of one's realms. The ideal of U.S. President Donald Trump was to make America great again. The ideal of the former Japanese Prime Minister Kono Fumimaro was to establish the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hitler's ideal was, I want to stand at the highest point in the world and shout to all the people in the world, attention. Here, we first put aside the personal qualities and the harm their ideals have caused to humanity and only talk about the role their ideals have played for them personally. The reason why Trump became the president of the United States is not because his ideal is to marry 10 more wives and have 100 more children, but to make America great again. Hitler's ideal is not to become a billionaire and glorify his ancestors, but to become a world leader. His ideal made Hitler. There is a joke that says Thief A is studying fashion, and Thief B asks, are you going to buy fashion? Thief A says, I'm studying where the pockets of the fashion are. Studying the location of the pockets of clothes is for stealing wallets. Such a smart person can only become an invincible thief at most. Readers, please think about it. What is your ideal? Let's take China as an example to look at some data. Since the 18th National Congress, nearly 5 million corrupt officials have been punished. From 1988 to 2021, 33.48 million criminals have been arrested. At present, online information says that there are 780 million people in debt in China, with an average debt of 140,000 yuan per person. On average, nearly 300,000 people commit suicide each year. These data, along with those who are plagued by diseases, often quarrel and fight, etc., a large part of people live a hard and bitter life. The above data show the tragedy of life, and the root cause of the tragedy lies in their ideals. The ideal of 5 million corrupt officials is to have as much money as possible. The ideal of 33.48 million criminals cannot be separated from individual selfishness and ego. The ideal of nearly 800 million indebted people cannot be separated from satisfying vanity. The ideal of 300,000 suicides cannot escape the lack of correct faith. From this, we can gain an insight. The lower and closer the ideal, the harder the life. The higher and farther the ideal, the more glorious the life. Let's compare to see if this prediction is accurate. There are 8 people. Person 1's ideal is to have a house in his lifetime, give birth to 3 children. Person 2's ideal is to become a civil servant and get a secure job. Person 3's ideal is to glorify his ancestors and become a superior person. Let relatives and friends, classmates, colleagues, neighbors envy. Person 4's ideal is to open a shop with a monthly income of 20,000 yuan. Person 5's ideal is to run a listed company, famous all over the world. Person 6's ideal is to be president. Person 7's ideal is to become a Buddha. Person 8's ideal is to let everyone live a happy, joyful, free, and blessed life. From the life ideals of the above 8 people, we can basically draw a conclusion that the grander the ideal, the more fulfilling the life, and the ideal determines a person's achievement. We can also draw a conclusion that the probability of person 3 and person 5 turning to crime is relatively high, while the probability of person 7 and person 8 being corrupt and committing crimes is almost zero, and the possibility of person 6 becoming Hitler is relatively large. At present, this era is an era of money, capital, and power operation. People have basically given up their ideals. As long as they talk about ideals, people generally think that it is a void thing. Because people no longer talk about ideals, there are contradictions, conflicts, and confrontations everywhere. The confrontation of consciousness between the East and the West, the confrontation of interests between countries, conflicts between many countries and nations, the survival confrontation between people and nature, the cognitive confrontation between people and people. We can't see the beautiful prospect of human civilization. We can't find a few people with grand ideals. Of course, we can find people who have the ideal of realizing the great harmony world on the internet. If we carefully examine it, their great harmony world is just a slogan and a cover, without specific content. A great harmony world, without specific content, may turn the whole earth into a prison. Imagine if a dictator who does not allow people to have personal freedom, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought rules the whole world and realizes the great harmony world. Isn't that scary? So, I hope that more and more people with saintly thoughts and grand ideals will be born among human beings. 正负能量之何为零法则适用范畴 The scope of application of the law of positive and negative energy, summing to zero Xiefeng. January 26, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. While exploring the origin of the universe and the balance of cosmic energy, especially the principles of natural law, the mechanism of nature, and the principle of justice in Tao, I discovered this law, namely, the sum of positive and negative energy is zero. If there is a positive universe, there is a negative universe. If there is positive energy, there is negative energy. If there is a positive electron, there is a negative electron. If there are people, there are anti-people. If there are gods, there are demons. If there is heaven, there is hell, etc. This law indicates that what is given and what is gained are equal, or in other words, giving plus gaining equals zero. This law is the balance mechanism of the universe, ensuring that the development of anything does not go to extremes. This balance mechanism is the natural law and also embodies the justice of Tao. Understanding and applying this law, we will know the mechanism of nature. Now a question arises, since the sum of positive and negative energy is zero, then, is happiness plus pain equals zero? Is love plus hate equals zero? Is cruelty plus kindness equals zero? Is enjoyment plus suffering equals zero? Etc. There is a very obvious fact that seems to prove that this law only applies to the category of energy and does not apply to other categories. This fact is that the super-celestial beings in the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world can enjoy eternity without worries and pains, and they will not suffer or be punished, while many lives trapped in hell are irretrievable and have to endure eternal pain. From the perspective of a single life form, the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero is not established, and there is no formula of happiness plus pain equals zero. This means that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero applies to the macroscopic, not to the microscopic. It applies to the whole, not to the individual. Is this really the case? Let some life or lives enjoy a good life forever for no reason. Let some life or lives suffer pain and torture forever for no reason. Is this possible? If it is possible, where is the natural law? Where is the justice of the universe? If it is not possible, where is the principle? Is it necessary to go through suffering and torture to enjoy a good and happy life? Do you have to endure hardship before you can go to heaven? What I know and understand is that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero applies to all fields, both macroscopic and microscopic, both the whole and the individual. There is no unprovoked blessing to enjoy, and there is no unprovoked sin to suffer. If you want to enjoy the benefits of heaven forever, you must meet the standards of heaven for life. This standard mainly depends on the following three items. The quality of life must meet the standard. Have enough merit, that is, capital. No worldly ties, no debt. To meet the above three standards, it is actually a very difficult and painful process. In this sense, happiness plus pain equals zero is established. Once the standard is met, you can enjoy eternal happiness, but the possibility of meeting the standard is very small. It is a miracle if 1% of humans meet the standard. If you do not meet the standard, you will inevitably suffer endless suffering and torture. Reincarnation endlessly, there is no end in sight, because we will find that we are suffering from pain and torture, but we are enjoying short-term happiness and joy. This is like a person. Every day go to work to make money, spend all the money you earn every day. You can't save a penny in the bank of heaven. Where is the money to enjoy a good life in heaven? Some people complain that the greatest creator is unfair, saying that the common people are suffering pain, enduring hardship, and bearing sins. Why doesn't the greatest creator relieve the suffering of the common people? I asked, who among the common people is willing to heed the call of the greatest creator and walk the path of the greatest creator? Can you find one? While disregarding the call of the greatest creator and complaining about the perceived injustice of the greatest creator, can you really blame the greatest creator? Perhaps someone might ask, how is it that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy becoming zero fails for those wealthy individuals who, without enduring much pain or torment, enjoy a life of luxury? The law has not failed. The perceived failure of the law is due to two reasons. 1. You have not seen the pressures and trials they have endured. 2. You have not seen their future. They have shouldered more risk and mental strain than the average person, experiencing psychological and spiritual torment. Therefore, they are entitled to enjoy material wealth, but their future is bleak. The wealthier a person is, the greater their responsibility for the destruction of nature, the more money, the greater the sin. The more material wealth a person possesses, the heavier their sin, and the more severe their future punishment. Therefore, one should never envy or admire the rich, but rather pity them. In summary, the law of the sum of positive and negative energy applies across all domains. 一个小资本家论雪峰式共产主义. A small capitalist discusses Xiefeng-style communism. Xiefeng, January 30th, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. I was born into poverty and, through hard work, became a minor capitalist for a time. After becoming a capitalist, I employed 2 workers in my home. One was a young girl responsible for washing clothes, cleaning dishes, and maintaining indoor cleanliness. The other was a middle-aged man responsible for maintaining flowers, trees, lawns, swimming pools, keeping vehicles clean, and feeding 2 large wolf dogs. The gate didn't require management because it was a remote-controlled electric gate. This comfortable and leisurely life lasted for over a decade, and I have the following insights. For society to progress, there must be wealth disparity, and there must be upper, middle, and lower tiers. The upper tier thinks, the middle tier understands management, and the lower tier serves the upper and middle tiers. This is an ideal social situation. Equal poverty or common prosperity will result in everyone not being able to live a comfortable and leisurely life. There are a small number of people in the population who are good at thinking and taking risks. If they are asked to do management or service, they cannot do it well. That would be a waste of a lot of resources in society. The middle tier is good at and understands management. They don't think long-term. Letting them do service work would make them feel unwilling. The lower tier doesn't want to think and doesn't understand management. It's very suitable for them to do service work. In this way, everyone is happy. I employed 2 workers in my home. Because I got rid of the trivial and time-consuming housework, I could have plenty of free time to study and improve my ability to manage things and handle more important work. And the two workers, because I employed them, not only had food to eat and a house to live in, but also could take care of their families. So I was happy, and they were satisfied. If a society no longer has class differences and everyone's living conditions are the same, then it is equivalent to punishing diligence and rewarding laziness. The result will definitely lead to the poverty of all people. A society without wealth disparity and class existence is definitely the worst society. At the same time, the better the social welfare, the higher the taxes on capitalists, the greater the power of unions, and the higher the minimum wage standards for workers. This society is a society that deviates from the natural way. It is a very unjust and unfair society. Its direction is bound to collapse. From this, let's examine the so-called Xiefeng-style communism. If this Xiefeng-style communism is what we understand and envision about the concepts and practices of communist society throughout human history, then undoubtedly, Xiefeng-style communism will certainly be a flash in the pan. It is purely utopian and will inevitably fail as it progresses. The reason why Xiefeng-style communism has existed for over a decade under challenging conditions and is still operational is that it is definitely not the type of communism we think and imagine. It must meet the following conditions. It must allow those who think, are good at management, and provide service to feel satisfied and happy. Every member must be wealthy in terms of spiritual and mental wealth, and there cannot be a parasite who benefits without working. Every member must be selfless, without an ego. There must be a goal that is more beautiful than the enjoyment of being human. The soul garden of every member must be beautiful, and there cannot be any emotions of jealousy, comparison, greed, resentment, etc. Its management system cannot be autocratic and centralized, nor can it be a democratic central system. It must be heavenly. Its founders and successors must not have a penny of personal property. It must be against human nature. If the above 8 points cannot be achieved, Xiefeng-style communism will definitely be a fleeting, colorful wave that rises in human society. Can it be done? The difficulty is greater than landing on Mars. Let's wait and see. 讲道理者不懂道理. Those who argue about reason do not understand it. Xiefeng, January 31st, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. A bee and a fly got into a dispute. The bee stated, "The most delicious thing in the world is the fragrance of flowers." The fly retorted, "The most fragrant thing in the world is dog feces." Neither could convince the other, leading to a fight. 3 individuals, A, B, and C, got into a conflict that lasted for 2,000 years without a clear winner or loser. Person A argued, "The most important thing in life is money. Money can make the impossible possible, buy the best services in the world, afford luxury houses, cars, yachts, and enable travel around the globe. Money can work miracles, allow people to live with dignity, and its benefits are endless. People perish for money, birds perish for food. Hence the most crucial thing in life is to devise ways to earn money." Person B countered, "The most important thing in life is affection. Money is as worthless as dung, while affection is priceless. Where there is affection, there is warmth, peace, and beautiful weather. Where affection is absent, there is chaos and turmoil. When affection exists, love flourishes and marriages last a century. When affection is absent, families are destroyed, and lives are lost in an instant. Money without affection is like a haunting ghost, while affection without money is akin to a divine deity. Therefore, the most important thing in life is to nurture, maintain, protect, and cherish affection." Person C interjected, "The most important thing in life is neither money nor affection, but the pursuit of truth. Truth enlightens the mind, keeps people on the right path, enriches the heart, and leads people to a brighter future." Persons A, B, and C could not convince each other, leading to daily arguments and occasional physical fights. The chairman, general manager, and secretary started fighting. The chairman declared, "Sell all the company's stocks." The general manager objected, "It's a bull market, a golden opportunity to make money. We can't sell." The secretary added, The overall market situation indicates that the economic crisis has not yet arrived. There is still profit to be made. It is right not to sell. However, gray rhinos and black swans may appear at any time. It might be wise to sell now. The chairman and the general manager each had their own reasons for selling or not selling. The secretary added fuel to the fire by playing both sides, leading to heated arguments that left the company's prospects in jeopardy. So, who is right, the bee or the fly? Persons A, B, or C? The chairman, general manager, or secretary? The answer is that each has their own reason. Thus, we find that everyone in the world has their own reason, and everyone's reason is right. If anyone wants others to accept their reason, it just proves that they don't understand reason. So, we can draw a revelation. No one should impose their own reason, but simply let their own qualities shine. So, how can we avoid quarrels, arguments, and even fights caused by reasoning? The answer is, whoever is responsible, whoever bears the consequences, they have the final say. My understanding of happiness. Xiefeng, February 4th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Let's first look at the following 4 phenomena. When I was a child, there was no electricity, running water, radio, television, or mobile phone in my home. There were no ready-made clothes for sale in the stores. Clothes were made by hand from fabric bought from the store. In winter, the water we drank was spring water carried from 2 kilometers away in wooden buckets. The most vivid memories from my childhood are of spending all day playing or catching fish by the canal or river in the summer, herding sheep on the river beach, playing hide and seek or poker with a few friends, pulling pigweed in the cornfield, or carrying a dozen eggs in a basket to the store to exchange for kerosene and salt. I can't remember wearing any new clothes, but every time I recall, the scenes I can remember are all filled with happiness. I lived in Zimbabwe, Africa for more than 10 years and spent nearly 2 years in many remote rural areas. In the countryside, people seem to do nothing all day, gathering together to chat or listen to music and dance. I have been to many poor thatched houses. Inside the house, apart from a pot and a few bowls, a blanket spread on the ground, and a few hanging clothes, there are no other furnishings and utensils. But they seem to be born optimists, laughing and dancing all the time, seemingly without any worries or anxieties. I stayed in a primitive tribe in Vanuatu, Oceania, for 2 months. I lived in a guest house provided by the tribal chief. This guest house was drafty on all sides, the ground was sandy, and the roof was thatched. There was a rat's nest in the thatched roof, and from time to time, baby rats would fall onto the bed. A pair of pants and a shirt hanging on the grass wall were bitten by rats after a few days. The water we drank was rainwater collected from a bucket under the eaves. There was no electricity, so I bought a solar panel from the city to charge my phone and provide lighting. At night, I often heard people shouting, probably singing and dancing. During the day, I saw people sitting or lying under a thatched roof with no walls on all sides, on an old carpet. A kettle was placed on a stove made of stones, and steam was coming out of the kettle. They were drinking tea. I don't know what kind of tea. Anyway, it was the leaves of a plant. Drinking tea, 3 or 5 people chatting and laughing together. I occasionally received some food sent by people nearby, either papaya, bananas and mangoes, or occasionally they would kill a cow, and I would also buy some to eat. Apart from salt, there were no other condiments. There are clear rivers here. Bathing is done in the river, and clothes are washed in the river as well. I've been living in rural Canada for 7 years. The area is vast and sparsely populated, and every household lives in a villa. Apart from going to the supermarket in town and the annual garlic festival, people rarely gather together. Each family lives alone, which is probably why people like to go to church on Sundays, because only by going to church can people have the opportunity to interact and communicate. For 7 years, no police or government department staff have ever come to my house. Occasionally, I would go to Vancouver for a few days, lock the door, there are no anti-theft doors and windows, and leave, leaving things like lawnmowers and small carts outside at will. The gate is never closed. After a few days, I came back and everything is as usual, with no signs of thieves. I hardly see any Chinese people all year round, and I have little contact with my neighbors. On Sundays, when I want to sleep, absolutely no one will come to visit and disturb me. Although the winter is a bit long, the interior is still warm. In winter, there is nothing to do. For several months, apart from surfing the internet and using the phone, all that's left is eating and sleeping. So, what do these four phenomena illustrate? They illustrate the essence of happiness. 选最艰难的那条路走. Choose the hardest path. Xiefeng. February 13th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Let's consider the following 8 paths, and we choose which one to take. Herding sheep, selling sheep, building houses, marrying, having children, and letting children herd more sheep. Farming, selling harvested grains or vegetables and fruits, earning some money to build a house, marry, have children, let children go to university, and let children leave the countryside. Working for a boss year after year, earning a monthly salary, and maintaining the livelihood of the whole family. Striving to be a civil servant, working for the state, receiving a decent monthly salary, and maintaining the livelihood of the whole family. Opening a shop, whether it's reselling clothes, shoes, socks, hardware, electrical appliances, groceries, or engaging in catering or repair. The monthly income is higher than working for a private boss or the state, and you can live a comfortable life. Running a company and doing business, no matter what you do, as long as you employ more than 8 people to work for you, that's a company or enterprise, and you can live a moderately comfortable life. Engaging in finance, opening a bank, letting other people's money circulate through your hands, extracting a bit of commission, and you will have a steady stream of money, and you can live a very comfortable life. Being an official, a high-ranking official, using power to control more resources, you will benefit infinitely, and the benefits are endless. The above are 8 paths in traditional industries, and the following are 8 paths in non-traditional industries. Live streaming to sell goods. As long as you can live stream on the internet, whether it's preaching Buddhism or showing nudity, maximizing traffic, the more fans, the greater the value, not to mention selling goods. Collecting advertising fees can bring in a lot of money. Running study classes, based on your own fame and knowledge or professional qualifications, seize people's inner desires to run study classes, let people pay fees, the bigger the fame, the more expensive the fees, you will get rich quickly. Creating a platform, in the era of mobile internet, as long as you set up a platform on the internet, let some people with needs achieve their goals through your platform. Each time a goal is achieved, collect a commission, money will flow into your pocket like a stream. Reselling information and resources, any information, as long as it is not public, can be converted into money. Steal information from somewhere, and then sell it to people who need information. You can make money. The more confidential the information, the more valuable it is. Obtain some kind of resource, and then sell the resource to people who need it. You can get a large or huge amount of money at once. Being a master. According to scientific research, 20% of people are brainless. In today's era, knowledge in any field can be obtained instantly from the internet, especially with the birth of ChatGPT-4. Whatever knowledge you want, it can push it to you instantly in this way, as long as you pretend to be a master, and then show off the knowledge given by ChatGPT. People will believe you and become your followers. Making money from followers is a business with no cost and high profit. Creating communication software. As long as you can program, you can create a large amount of software programs, from enterprise data management to games to social networking, from cloud computing to national defense, big data to dating between men and women. As long as you design and create it, people will buy and participate, and there is money to be made. Being a hacker, invading the internal information library of others or an organization, retrieving information, and then converting the information into your own income, such as retrieving someone's bank information. You can easily transfer the money in someone else's bank to your own hands, retrieving the corruption information or loot information of a high official. You can use this to blackmail the high official to meet your own needs. Establishing an invisible empire. Anyone, from the president to the billionaire, from the Nobel Prize winner to the celebrity, has their own weaknesses or worth. As long as you pinch the weakness, they can obediently obey. As long as you offer enough benefits, people can sell their souls. Of course, this is something that people with extraordinary high IQ can do. So, which of the above traditional and non-traditional industries is the easiest and which is the hardest? The answer is, the first one is the easiest, the 8th one is the hardest. From the first to the 8th, the difficulty increases gradually. We will find that the easier the thing is to do, the less promising it is, the more likely it is to survive at the bottom of society, the more fragile its living conditions are, the more likely it is to be restricted and hit by the survival rules of the human-animal circle. Just like a pyramid, the lower you are, the greater the weight and pressure you bear, the harder it is to survive. This enlightens us that the lower you are in society, the harder the path you should choose from a young age. Never choose the easiest path, because once you choose the easy path, the result is that you will suffer and be tired all your life. At the bottom of society, in addition to the exploitation of the upper class, the harm at the lower level is even worse. Just like a poor family, the quarrels, conflicts, and confrontations between family members are more than those between members of a wealthy family. So, what is the hardest path in human society? The answer is, surpass the president and billionaires and enter the kingdom of freedom. 生命禅院导游2024告白 Confession of Life Genuine Guide 2024. Xiefeng. February 18, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Apart from understanding and knowing the path from the mortal world to the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, I confess that I lack knowledge in all other areas. Therefore, I have the following confessions. I will not collaborate with any individual, group, organization, political party, religion, or country. Therefore, do not seek collaboration with me. You handle your affairs, and I will handle mine. Your actions will not affect me, and my actions will not affect you. I do not seek assistance from any individual, group, organization, political party, religion, or country. My affairs are matters of the greatest Creator. I rely solely on the greatest Creator, not on others. Therefore, no one should harbor thoughts such as, I want to help the guide, or I am helping the guide. You handle your affairs, and I will handle mine. What and how you choose to do is your business, not mine, and my business is not your business. No one should offer me advice or suggestions, nor prompt or instruct me on what to do and how to do it. I have a clear understanding of what I am doing, what I want to do, and how I will do it. I do not need anyone's prompts, suggestions, or ideas. My only concern is how people can live to become celestial beings and how life can ascend to heaven. I do not concern myself with the affairs of any country, government leader, religion, or political party. I am not a saint, nor am I a good or bad person, neither kind nor evil. Therefore, I do not concern myself with the world's pain and joy, nor with anyone's basic needs, birth, aging, sickness, and death. I will neither help nor harm people. Anyone who studies the Chanyuan corpus and Xiefeng corpus does so voluntarily, not because I require or force them to. Anyone who propagates the Chanyuan values and the second home lifestyle does so consciously and voluntarily, not because I arrange or require it. If you benefit from the corpus and its propagation, that is your blessing and the result of your efforts. Therefore, do not praise or extol me, because your benefit has nothing to do with me. Similarly, if you suffer, sin, and tire from the corpus and its propagation, that is your own doing, and it has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for guiding Chanyuan celestials, and I am not responsible for anyone who is not a Chanyuan celestial. The rise and fall of the world may be the responsibility of every individual, but it has nothing to do with me. The so-called guidance of Chanyuan celestials is merely writing articles. As for how Chanyuan celestials act and what they say, it all depends on their own enlightenment and voluntary action. I will not arrange or require anyone to do or say anything. What Chanyuan celestials want to say and do is entirely their own business, not mine. If my previous statements and actions contradict the content above, that is entirely my mistake. This will be the standard moving forward. The above confession is intended to inform everyone, including Chanyuan celestials, that anyone wishing to communicate with me should only discuss life and life. Avoid discussing any other topics as this can minimize communication costs and greatly save time and energy. Apart from life and life, I do not comprehend the rest, nor do I wish to. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. 人无目标必平庸. People without goals must be mediocre. Xiefeng. February 27, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. The difference between mediocrity and excellence lies in one's goals. The grander the goal, the more exceptional the life. The smaller the goal, the more mediocre the life. The grander the goal, the richer the resources. The smaller the goal, the scarcer the resources. Being at the top, overlooking all the small mountains. When your goal is to be at the top, all other beings appear mediocre. Once life reaches the top, what will you see? You will realize that kings, presidents, and billionaires are all mediocre. Once life reaches the top, what resources are available? All resources in the world become accessible, not just natural resources. Even countries, political parties, religions, people become usable resources. Even gods, demons, celestial beings, monsters, ghosts will become usable resources. Once life reaches the top, there is only room for games and entertainment and nothing else to do. Even if you could become the president, you wouldn't want to undertake such a strenuous task. Even if you had a mountain of gold and silver, you wouldn't dig. Even if you had a palace, you wouldn't live in it. Anything else, even if it could bring you $1 million income every day, you wouldn't do it. Only enjoyable games and entertainment are worth participating in. Once life reaches the top, everywhere in the world becomes home. A thatched house can provide shelter. The world's wind and cloud are all dramas. Planting vegetables and raising chickens become wonderful tunes. Once life has a small goal, everywhere becomes a battlefield. Always a time of crisis. Being scared and anxious and not sleeping well becomes the norm. Running around every day and being upset becomes a daily routine. Once life has no goal, you become a pawn on the social chessboard. You become the meat to be cut on the chopping board. You become the leeks growing in the field. You become the things that can be swept into the trash can at any time. People with ambitious goals will know where to go, what to do, will not waste life, will understand what the hardships and difficulties along the way mean, will get out of the rough and go to the flat, will understand what is human, what is celestial being, what is Buddha, what is God, what is demon, what is the animal world, what is human society, will clearly see the truth. Otherwise, you are just a mediocre being. 内心有苦无外诉. Do not speak of inner suffering. Xiefeng. February 29th, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. All beings suffer. Who is without suffering? Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death are all sources of suffering. Suffering from life, old age, sickness, death, suffering from love and separation, suffering from resentment and hatred, suffering from unfulfilled desires, suffering from the burning of the 5 aggregates, and then there is the suffering of mortgage and car loan, the suffering of reluctance, and the suffering of, though there is surplus of wealth and power, it's hard to maintain a stable life. The elderly are often easily moved, and the autumn rain is hard to clear. It's often easy to start things but hard to accomplish them. It can be said, the whole family's suffering is hard to express. The sadness is heartbreaking. Everyone has suffering in their hearts. If you internalize the suffering, people will become strong, clear, rational, and open-minded. Once you tell people about your inner suffering everywhere, people will become weak, confused, willful, and pitiful. There is a phenomenon worth thinking about. That is, in human history, those who have achieved something are mostly not complainers. And the more people live at the bottom of society, the more complainers. In fact, the real situation is that the more successful people are, the more suffering they have in their hearts, but they never complain to others. The boss's suffering is actually more and more complicated than the worker's suffering. The president's suffering is more and more complicated than the common people's suffering, but the boss and the president do not complain. Suffering is a seed. If you suppress it in your heart, it cannot grow and sprout. Once you say it, it begins to sprout and grow, and you can no longer control it. Everyone has this kind of experience. Once you speak out the suffering in your heart, you will feel a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable. But then, the listener will start to feel uncomfortable. This is called the transfer of suffering, meaning that you transfer your own suffering to others, although the suffering is transferred out. But there is a sequelae, that is, the complainer becomes a suffering plague. Source in the eyes and hearts of others, suffering plague is similar. To the nature of the plague, people will avoid you in the future. So, your days will become more and more bitter. So, if you have suffering in your heart, Bear it, don't ever speak out. As long as you don't speak out, you are a strong person. People will be willing to interact with you. Once you speak out, it signifies that you are a weak person. People will not want to interact with you. If you suffer for a long time, you will get sick. Your body will get sick. Your spirit and soul will also get sick. So you have to internalize the suffering in your heart. There are 3 ways to internalize. One is to learn to be grateful. Another is to actively and optimistically do things. The last one is to seek help from experts, for example. If you have spiritual suffering, then go to a psychiatrist. If you have psychological suffering, then go to a psychologist. If you have physiological suffering, then go to a physician. There is no need to tell people who are not experts, because even if you say it, it's useless. Since it's useless, why bother to say it? In summary, the more you complain about suffering, the more you suffer, and in the end, you will complain yourself into a dead end. Sweetness symbolizes heaven. Suffering symbolizes hell. People all want to move towards heaven. No one wants to move towards a person who often complains to others. 殖民的价值和文化入侵的益处. The merits of colonization and the benefits of cultural assimilation. Xiefeng. March 25, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The merits of colonization and the benefits of cultural assimilation. Advocating for colonization and cultural assimilation is often seen as politically incorrect and even rebellious. I am aware that many people may criticize and denounce me for this. Although my knowledge is limited, I respect the facts. I spent a full 15 years living in Botswana, Angola, and Tanzania. I also experienced Zimbabwe's unprecedented inflation and currency devaluation. Around 1998, I noticed a trend. Across Africa, the earlier a nation gained independence, the worse its situation seemed to be. The independence of the developed nation of South Africa also confirmed this pattern. Around 2005, I asked my black gardener, was life better when you were ruled by the British, or after you gained independence and were ruled by your own people? He responded without hesitation, life was certainly better when we were ruled by the British. This leads to a discussion. For ordinary people, the pursuit of a comfortable, relaxed, wealthy, and healthy life should be paramount. In life, the pursuit of happiness, joy, freedom, and contentment should be prioritized. As ordinary people, it is a cognitive error to prioritize concepts, ideas, positions, and spiritual pride. In other words, it doesn't matter who rules, as long as they make my life comfortable, relaxed, wealthy, and healthy, and as long as they make my life happy, joyful, free, and contented, they are a good ruler. Conversely, if they make me live in anxiety, sorrow, fear, and poverty, they are not a good ruler. Since life was better under British rule, why strive for national independence? After independence, life became even harder. So what's the point of national independence? Britain once had more than 70 colonies, which have now all gained independence. What has been the result of this independence? There have been some success stories, such as the United States, but the vast majority of nations have seen their economies and the lives of their people deteriorate after independence. Countries such as Zimbabwe, Burma, South Africa, Zambia, Malawi, Sudan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Libya, Afghanistan, and others are examples of this. Who benefits from the independence of a colony? Only a few people benefit. For the majority of people, independence has led to poverty and backwardness. Now, let's discuss cultural assimilation. I lived in Canada for a full 7 years. This period of my life can be described as comfortable, free, relaxed, and calm. To exaggerate a bit, it felt like a paradise for ordinary people. I never experienced even a hint of discrimination. The police never visited my workplace or residence. I never experienced theft or robbery. No government department ever came to my workplace or residence for inspection or inquiry. I am currently running a small inn, and over the past 7 years, I have accommodated at least 5,000 guests. There has never been any trouble. All the guests have been respectful and civilized. In Canada, as long as you abide by the law and pay your taxes honestly, the rest is up to you. This is a reflection of Canadian culture. The healthcare, education, and retirement systems are all superior. So, for ordinary people who want to live a good life, who wouldn't like this kind of culture? Therefore, I pose a question. Isn't it beneficial for a civilized culture to invade a place that is barbaric, ignorant, backward, and impoverished? Between a barbaric war invasion and a civilized cultural assimilation, which would you choose? In fact, the term cultural invasion itself is problematic. It should be called cultural education. If a civilized culture invades a place that is barbaric, ignorant, backward, and impoverished, ordinary people should celebrate and embrace it with open arms. 避免碰撞, avoiding collisions. 协finge, March 27, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. Fruits, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, among others, should not be allowed to bump into each other, as the areas of impact are likely to rot. Vehicles such as cars, ships, and airplanes should avoid collisions. Once a collision occurs, they will suffer deformation and damage. Tribes, nations, and countries should avoid conflicts. The outcome of such conflicts often results in mutual defeat, or one party being dominated by the other. Even hard materials like stones and steel can fragment or even break when they collide with each other. From this, it's clear that in human interactions, people should also strive to avoid conflicts. Conflicts inevitably lead to harm, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. Any part of the body, once injured due to a collision, can lead to disability and lifelong consequences. When people resort to name-calling, belittling, insulting, and attacking each other with harsh, vulgar, and negative words, it damages both their spirits and souls. As the saying goes, hatred sown in the heart will sprout. This hatred can last a lifetime, and given the opportunity, revenge is almost inevitable. Quarrels, arguments, and debates between people are essentially forms of conflict. While bystanders may find inspiration or even benefit from them, the party who loses in these disputes can end up feeling defeated, much like the losing rooster in a cockfight, leading to depression and difficulty recovering. This is a form of harm. One of the differences between earthly life and the life in heaven is that on earth, people are constantly in conflict with each other, whereas in heaven, conflicts among people do not exist. Therefore, to determine whether a person possesses heavenly qualities, observe whether they are constantly in conflict with others. Even occasional conflicts suggest a lack of these heavenly qualities. Those who are constantly involved in quarrels, arguments, and debates have no place in heaven. Behaviors such as condemnation, nitpicking, belittling, criticizing, questioning, cursing, insulting, and attacking others are all forms of conflict that can hurt the other party. However, the principle of every action has an equal and opposite reaction applies here, and the person initiating the conflict will also inevitably suffer an equal amount of damage. Therefore, on the journey of life, especially on the path to heaven, it is essential to strive to avoid conflicts. 诊断一下看自己是不是有精神疾病. Diagnosing whether you have a mental illness. 协finge, March 30, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. Last night, I watched a video from Below 56 Degrees, titled Immigrating to Canada and Encountering Degenerate Chinese Individuals. My husband and I were given the ultimate immigration penalty. The female leads firmly advised to leave the Chinese community and stay away from Chinese people. She also stated, Chinese people remain Chinese, even when they are abroad. This morning, I happened to watch a video from Brainhole Utopia discussing Lu Sun. Lu Sun wrote an article called Diary of a Madman, in which he described his view of Chinese history as follows. I opened the history book to check. This history has no chronology, and each page is filled with words like benevolence, righteousness, and morality. I couldn't sleep, and after carefully reading for half the night, I saw words between the lines. The entire book was filled with two words, cannibalism. In 1882, the U.S. Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, which strictly prohibited Chinese from entering the United States. Without proper documentation, all were deported, and henceforth, no place was allowed to grant U.S. citizenship to Chinese people. In 1923, the Canadian government issued the Chinese Immigration Act, which is essentially Canada's Chinese Exclusion Act. The main content is to completely prevent Chinese from entering Canada. 5 months ago, a Chinese person in the Below 56 Degrees program advised to stay away from Chinese people. Lu Sun discovered that Chinese history is a history of cannibalism. Both the United States and Canada have enacted laws to resolutely prevent Chinese from entering their countries. I am not discussing the right or wrong of these views. I am just thinking. Regardless of whether the criticism and condemnation of others are correct, self-reflection is always beneficial. 3 years ago, when I entered the elevator at Kamloops Royal Inland Hospital in Canada, a Caucasian woman around 50 years old next to me said, "There are not many gentlemen like you nowadays." Why did she call me a gentleman? Because when I entered the elevator, I simply bowed slightly, placed my left hand on my chest, and extended my right hand in a "please go first" gesture. Now, let's diagnose ourselves to see if we have a mental illness. If one's mental state exhibits one or several of the following phenomena, it indicates that one has a mental illness. Once there is, then being discriminated against by others is inevitable. Feeling superior or inferior in one's heart. Feeling secretly happy when seeing others suffer, sin, be abused, and die. Enjoy bullying people weaker than oneself, flatter, and compliment people stronger than oneself. Arbitrarily judge others and qualify others based on hearsay and online comments. Always have doubts about everything, no trustworthy people. Indifferent to public affairs, everything starts from maintaining and expanding one's own interests. Only consider one's own feelings, not caring about others' feelings. Always complain and condemn others, never looking for reasons from oneself. Always in a state of anxiety, worry, fear, and resentment. Other medically recognized conditions such as delusional disorder, depression, schizophrenia, etc. If you exhibit any of the above 10 items, be careful, because you may have a mental illness. If you exhibit many items, it indicates that the mental illness is severe and requires treatment. 拥有100个妻子或100个丈夫之路. The path to having 100 wives or 100 husbands. Xiefeng. April 7, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Do you aspire to have 100 virtuous and charming wives, or 100 noble and competent husbands? Theoretically, this seems impossible, but in practice, it is entirely achievable. First and foremost, you should understand that this desire cannot be fulfilled through power or wealth. The wives and husbands you acquire through power and wealth may not necessarily be virtuous or competent. The golden key to having 100 or even more wives and husbands is, you must be on the path to heaven. What does it mean to be on the path to heaven? Your soul garden must be beautiful. In your soul garden, there should no longer be any weeds or poisonous plants such as jealousy, complaints, comparisons, accusations, nitpicking, greed, resentment, etc. Instead, it should be filled with flowers like gratitude, diligence, sincerity, trustworthiness, optimism, romance, humor, contentment, cleanliness, and so on. You must be selfless and possess nothing, willing to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of others. Your life's efforts should not be for yourself, but for others, and you should understand that the more people you serve, the greater your value becomes. You must live openly and honestly, exposing all aspects of yourself to the sunlight, even your psychological activities. You should be willing to reveal them to the public without any concealment. If you can achieve the above 3 points, having a beautiful soul garden, being selfless, and living openly and honestly, I can guarantee with 100% certainty that you will have 100 virtuous wives or 100 competent husbands. It's not just 100. In fact, there could be 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, or even more. Imagine when you have 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million, tens of millions of wives or husbands, what depth, breadth, and height will your perspective and state of mind reach? Are you already living in heaven? A word of caution for you is that you should have, not possess. Once you desire to possess, once you treat the other party as your private property and restrict their absolute freedom, then you will not have even one in this life, and you will wander on the edge of hell life after life. Is it difficult to have 100 virtuous wives or 100 competent husbands? If you are on the right path, it's not difficult at all. If you are on the wrong path, that's just a dream. 不想结婚就到生命禅院来. If you don't want to get married, Come to life a genuine. Xiefeng. June 17, 2007. Translation edited by Jiejing. Possession narrows the heart. Marriage is a product of selfishness, its motive and purpose being to eternally possess the other person. Marriage is a fishing hook baited with fragrance. Once hooked, you will leave the freedom of the vast ocean and can only soak in a small pond, gazing longingly at the expansive sea. It's easy to get hooked but hard to get off. Once hooked by marriage, a person is drawn into a program called family. Once inside this program, everything is beyond your control, and you will be a slave to the family for life. There are no marriages or families in heaven. Jesus said that in the kingdom of heaven, people neither marry nor are given in marriage. Buddha demonstrated that to reach the Elysium world, one must break free from the family. Why get married? Why put a rope around your own neck? Why turn your precious life into a mess, neither human nor ghost? Is there really no other way to live? Human values hold that getting married and starting a family are natural and right. The Bible created Eve for Adam, and the two became one. Since then, no one has questioned the rightness of marriage and family. This belief has persisted from ancient times to today. And what is the result? Who is truly happy? Who is truly free? In the thousand-year world where I have lived, there are no marriages or families. The happiness and freedom people enjoy there are incomparable to those on earth. That is the true human life. By comparison, Earth's people live as if in hell. The family is the main source of human suffering. As long as families exist, humanity will never reach an ideal state. Only selfish people want to get married and start a family. Only incompetent people look forward to marriage and family. Only sick people want to get married and start a family. Why should a free and lively fish leave the rivers and seas to suffer in a small pond, neither living nor dying? Is it sick? Why get married and start a family? For sexual enjoyment? Can't you enjoy sex without marriage and family? As long as both parties consent, do as you please. What does it have to do with others? What right do others and society have to deprive people of the sacred rights given by the greatest creator? What moral standards are there? If any, bringing happiness and satisfaction through sexual activity is the moral standard. Why get married and start a family? For a stable life? Is life necessarily unstable without marriage and family? Has humanity experimented with this? Should freedom and happiness be sacrificed for stability? If so, lying in a coffin buried in the ground would be supremely stable. Why get married and start a family? To continue the lineage? Can't the lineage continue without marriage and family? Those who want children can have them, those who don't can choose not to. Consider all children as your own, and won't the lineage continue? Why insist on biological offspring? To monopolize the earth? Why get married and start a family? For support and care in old age or illness. Don't worry, I have a solution. If 1 million people do not marry and start families, they can form a society, a large family of non-married individuals. When you are unwell, there will be someone to care for you. When you are old, there will be someone to support you and see you off. Why get married and start a family? Is it because your parents are pressuring you and you don't want to disappoint them? This can be tricky but also manageable. First, ask your parents a few questions. Parents are the first teachers in life, so requesting answers to a few questions should not be seen as disrespectful. Questions like, why get married? And then what? What comes after that? Where do people go after they die? If nothing remains after death, why get married? If people can be reincarnated after death, I'd rather reincarnate into a better place first, so why get married? Is the purpose of life just to get married and have children? What is life? Just because humans have been getting married and starting families since ancient times, does that mean I must do the same? Humans have suffered and toiled since ancient times. Should I follow in those footsteps and suffer as well? And so on. In short, parents should be respected, but asking them to answer a few questions is reasonable. If they cannot answer and still insist on you getting married, then you might have to comply. However, since they are the ones insisting, it is fair to expect them to provide housing, a car, and wedding expenses, and to help care for the children. If the couple has marital issues, the parents should help resolve them. Since parents are insisting on your marriage and family, they should take full responsibility. They should also live long enough to take care of their grandchildren, as they are the ones who wanted them. The grandson is what you want. The safety issue of the grandson going to college and working and getting married and starting a family should be properly arranged by the grandparents. If you don't want to get married and start a family, come to Life Genuine. As long as everyone lives according to Life Genuine values, I have thought of and resolved all potential issues you might encounter. Why love only one person? Love more people. The more, the better. Why must you propagate your lineage on earth? Spread it in the heaven. Still want to get married? Go ahead. Endure a lifetime facing a critical face. If you end up with someone with peculiar habits, you'll have to swallow your suffering silently. Want to read and meditate in your spare time? No way. Today, a distant cousin is getting married. Tomorrow, an uncle's sister-in-law is in the hospital. The day after, a distant Uncle Lou is having a funeral. You must attend all these events. You used to have just one set of parents. Now you have two sets. The number of relatives and friends has multiplied, and you must manage all these relationships. If your partner has a chronic illness, you can forget about having any leisure time for the rest of your life. If you want to give your parents some money, you need to apply for approval first. If it's not approved, you'll have to act like a thief, always on guard for those prying eyes behind you. Once caught, don't expect to be in a good mood for at least 3 days. When an old flame or a dear friend of the opposite sex calls after a long time, you might want to exchange sweet words, but you can only manage a few stiff sentences because someone is listening in. At a class reunion, you might want to express your heartfelt sentiments and let loose with old classmates, but with your spouse nearby, you have to behave to avoid misunderstandings and subsequent interrogations or scolding when you get home. Have a child, and if it's a prodigy, congratulations. But if the child is disabled, it will consume your worries for life. Remember, marriage and family are not novels filled with romantic plots. They are composed of numerous complicated and confusing details. Crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang oneself, cursing, hitting, and wielding a knife are common and inevitable. Why get married? If you don't want to get married, come to Life Genuine. Let's figure out the best way to journey through life together. 近30次搬家的启示 Revelations from nearly 30 moves. Xiefeng. May 10, 2024. On April 28, 2024, after living for over 6 years in Lac La Hatch, I drove nearly 5 hours to move to the shores of Anaheim Lake, a vacation paradise. The snowy coastal mountains are clearly visible, and Anaheim Lake is vast, tranquil, and serene. Facing the lake and snow-capped mountains, backed by the vast primeval forest, I purchased this place, which includes 8 wooden houses that can accommodate 30 people, and leased the management rights to 800 square kilometers of forest land, establishing a secluded haven for the Chanyuan Celestials. Looking back on the places I've lived, I realized I've moved nearly 30 times. Anaheim Lake, Lac La Hatch, Vancouver, Vanuatu, Lijiang, along the banks of the Peacock River in Korla, Luntai, Kuka, Nanjing, Kunming, Anning, Chuxiong, Linsong, Mablerain, Belvedere, Mount Pleasant, Eastleigh, Marlborough, Greendale, Chitungwiza, Mbeer, Avondale, Yuzhong, Zhangye, Zhochuan, Xiaheking. In some areas, I moved 3 times, such as in Mount Pleasant, so in this life, I have moved nearly 30 times. What are the benefits of moving? Moving to a new place always fills one with curiosity and a sense of novelty, allowing one to appreciate different environments, house structures, and the ambience different spaces provide, and the joy of rearranging and setting up everything anew. It's an opportunity to discard many items that are seldom used or not needed, simplifying life. One can get away from troublesome environments and people. What are the downsides of moving? Moving is exhausting. Many things need to be repacked, and upon arrival, unpacked and arranged again. Sometimes, one can't handle it alone and needs to ask for help. From vacating the old residence to finding a new place, a series of procedures must be handled, and new addresses must be registered with relevant departments, companies, and individuals, which is not an easy task. The new place requires planning and development, including planting flowers and trees, so one is often busy creating a new environment. The most memorable revelation is that after becoming a Chanyuan Celestial, moving has become extremely easy. For example, when I moved from Lac La Hatch to Anaheim Lake, everything was left intact for other Chanyuan Celestials to live in, and I only needed to drive a car with some personal belongings to the new place. This is somewhat like moving in the thousand-year world. Just speaking of moving, becoming a Chanyuan Celestial is indeed a great blessing and fortune. 人没有选择权. Humans have no choice. Xiefeng. May 17, 2024. In our youth, brimming with energy, we perceive life as a canvas of choices, people to meet, things to do, and paths to explore. Yet, as we age and reflect upon our past, we come to realize that we have no real choice. What we once thought were decisions of our own making were, in fact, orchestrated by an unseen force. These were the experiences we were meant to have, the paths we were destined to walk. Gazing up at the night sky, countless celestial bodies, present for decades, during my father's time, my grandfather's time, and even my great-grandfather's time, have been there, each moving rapidly in its assigned place, absolutely without the power to choose. Amidst the teeming masses, people rush about daily, seemingly making choices, aspiring, longing. But as one nears the twilight of life, it becomes apparent that our existence is choreographed by destiny. We have no choice. Who can choose their parents? Who decides their birthplace and time? Who selects their ethnicity or race? Who determines their gender and appearance? Who picks their siblings? Who has a say in their DNA? Even the circumstances, timing, and location of our death are beyond our control. Did we choose our spouse? Our children? Did we opt for the illnesses we endure? The people we encounter on life's journey, are they of our choosing? Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that while some events appear to be choices, they are actually preordained arrangements. Rice or noodles, coffee or tea, Chinese or Western cuisine, a night out at the market or scrolling through TikTok at home. In the face of such decisions, we feel empowered with choice. Yet, when we delve into history, we discover that all choices are influenced by cultural history, habits, preferences, tastes, and values. The so-called freedom of choice is but an illusion, with invisible forces having long since laid out our paths. We are but puppets, guided by the hands of fate, mere programs within an intricate network. To grasp the principle that humans lack choice is to ascend to a celestial state. No matter our circumstances, we should face life with clarity and equanimity, feel content no matter where you are or what you are doing. The diversity and stratification of species are nature's design, as is the social stratification within human society. If there are villains, there must be heroes. If there are philanthropists, there must be agitators. Thus, we should live true to our nature, finding peace in our inherent being, clear-minded, without regret, living with grace and elegance. Concerns about success and failure, wealth and poverty, fame and infamy. These are self-imposed shackles, the torment of the mundane. Shatter these chains, and one discovers boundless optimism and freedom, with paradise at every turn. Why haven't regions like China, India, the Middle East, or Africa birthed technological civilizations, while Europe consistently leads the charge? The origins of different races reveal a grand design, not a question of intelligence or a desire for progress or regression. It's the narrative needed for humanity's grand play. With this understanding, every phenomenon seems logical, every twist entertaining. Immersed in nature's wisdom and masterful design, we see the folly in all man-made values. Marriage, family, kinship, nationhood, reputation, inheritance, glory, wealth, or poverty, all are but human fabrications, needless worries that cloud our existence. Only then do we uncover the joyous paradise of living in harmony with heaven and earth. What to choose? Choose nothing. Let the wind blow and the rain beat down, seasons shift, and the world transform. I will dance to my own rhythm, sing to the tune of fate, bloom spontaneously, and wander freely. Some fret over humanity's future. Fools! Do you believe humanity's destiny lies in our own hands? Do you think the future of livestock is in their control? We need not worry about humanity's future. Higher beings orchestrate and arrange it. Humans have no choice. The wise focus on living each day with ease and joy, embracing life's elegance and flair. History has settled in the riverbed, the present is etched by the past, and the future is already aligned with reason and the divine arrangement. There's no need for worry, no reason to struggle tirelessly, nothing to defend or protect, nothing worth risking life for. To bloom naturally is to earn the divine reward. Since we have no choice, all the better. We can take things as they are, associate with others by following natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Our hearts, like clear mirrors, reflect the universe. Our spirits, like sprites, dance between heaven and earth, finding paradise wherever we go. 理性思维批判 Critique of Rational Thinking. Xiefeng, June 27, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Using a large number of facts and phenomena as a basis to observe, compare, analyze, and summarize things or issues, then finding patterns through synthesis, and subsequently abstracting, generalizing, and determining the development direction or solving problems is rational thinking. Rational thinking is the thinking of wise people and belongs to advanced human thinking. Most humans do not possess rational thinking. Most people think based on instinct, focusing on wealth, power, reputation, and status. The reason humanity has not yet entered a civilized society is that the masses' thinking is too materialistic, while the wisest thinking is too rational. One could say that rational thinking is a significant obstacle to humanity's entry into a civilized society. Rational thinking, as a human thought process, has its limitations. No matter how meticulous and objective a person's thinking is, their understanding of the vast world and human nature is still like viewing a leopard through a narrow tube. It is not comprehensive and can easily neglect one thing while attending to another. Therefore, relying on human intelligence alone cannot establish a civilized society. Hence, planned economies are bound to fail. The stronger the government, the deeper the disaster. The core reason is that human rationality is limited and cannot consider the universal interconnectedness of things, which involves 64 factors. Just like scientists attempting to establish a unified field theory of the universe, it cannot be done because science only acknowledges 4 types of forces, ignoring the other 4. How can a unified field theory of the universe be established? Humans do not know what will happen tomorrow, so how can they plan? Locke regarded life, liberty, and property as the 3 main elements of natural human rights. Hayek believed that property rights are the core of market order and individual freedom. The primary reason countries like the UK and the USA have become relatively civilized and powerful is that they legally guarantee the sanctity and inviolability of private property. Even a thatched cottage is sacred and inviolable. The wind can enter, the rain can enter, but the king cannot enter. The essential characteristic of capitalism is to ensure the sanctity and inviolability of private property. It is almost impossible to build a system superior to capitalism based on human rationality or ideals. Therefore, the pursuit of communism and utopian ideal societies cannot be achieved. Not only that, but it will also cause disasters. Thus, the sanctity and inviolability of private property are a very just principle in human society. Ensuring the property of people like Musk is inviolable is certainly a blessing for the entire human society. However, the sanctity and inviolability of private property do not conform to the standards of the heavenly kingdom, nor do they meet the psychology and needs of the proletariat. This means that to elevate human character, soothe the minds of the proletariat, and lead humanity into a more advanced state of civilization, the sanctity and inviolability of private property cannot become a legal principle. However, infringing on legitimate private property is absolutely wrong and cannot be justified under any pretext. To make 99% of people live happily, freely, and joyfully, it cannot rely on a planned economy or a market economy. Relying on human rational thinking is definitely not the way. It is absolutely impossible to design an ideal social system with human wisdom alone. The so-called invisible hand of the market regulating things would mean returning to a jungle society where the strong prey on the weak and only the fittest survive. Can humanity enter a higher state of civilization by abandoning rationality and the market? Yes, it can. This can be achieved by simply copying and pasting the heavenly life mechanism. The second home created by Life Genuine is a copy of the production and living model of the thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom. This copying model avoids human rational intervention and the jungle law mechanism of the animal world. 为什么不让人在全球自由流动和迁徙? Why not allow free global movement and migration? Xiefeng, June 27, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Some people believe that allowing free global movement and migration would lead everyone to rush to wealthy and developed countries, leaving the poor and underdeveloped regions empty. Others argue that free movement and migration would facilitate criminals, making it easier for them to evade legal sanctions, leading to increased global criminal activity. I want to ask, is the scenario you describe based on your imagination or reality? How did you reach this conclusion without trying it? Have all Chinese people moved to Shanghai? Have all Americans moved to New York? Have all citizens of the 27 Schengen countries moved to Switzerland? Do you think tourists will crowd only famous attractions? Where there is a drop, a waterfall forms. Once the drop disappears, the waterfall ceases to exist. When food is scarce, people scramble to buy it. When food is plentiful, no one rushes to buy it. The more restrictions there are, the more coveted and harder to obtain something becomes, the more it stimulates people's desire and impulse to break through and obtain it. Once restrictions are lifted, there may be an initial chaotic situation, but it will quickly ease and gradually become calm and stable. Once a person is full and satisfied, can they eat more even if a grand feast is presented to them? Have you seen all the birds in the world flying to places with abundant food? Have you seen all the fish in rivers, lakes, and seas swimming to the Indian Ocean? Have you seen all the mosquitoes and flies in the world migrating to the tropics? Do you still believe that everyone in the world will crowd into New York or Tokyo? As for crime, who believes that increased freedom will lead to more crime? Will places with high government control and tight surveillance have no crime? Furthermore, wouldn't reallocating the resources used for border checks and visa restrictions to crime prevention and combating be more cost-effective? In conclusion, free movement and migration have countless benefits for the public, but no harm. So why are the freedoms of global citizens still restricted? The core reason is, the personal interests of those in power would be harmed, so they do not allow ordinary people to be free. 种什么收什么. You reap what you sow. Xiefeng, June 29, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Nature gives us a simple and direct lesson. You reap what you sow. When we plant wheat in the field, we harvest wheat. When we plant corn, we harvest corn. For thousands of years, humanity has never observed a phenomenon where planting carrots yields watermelons or planting potatoes yields tomatoes. Can this lesson apply to other areas? For example, if we plant hatred in our hearts, will we harvest love? If we sow stinginess, will we reap generosity? If we plant anger, will we harvest joy? Moreover, if we consider human society as a field, what should we plant? If we sow selfishness, will we harvest selflessness in return? If we plant theft and robbery, will we reap living and working in peace and contentment? If we sow dishonesty and breach of trust, will we harvest trust and fidelity? Additionally, if we view the universe as a field, what should we plant? If we plant the belief that humans are the most intelligent beings in the universe, or humans can conquer heaven, or humans are the rulers of all things, or my fate is controlled by me, not by heaven, will we reap health, safety, freedom, and happiness? If the principle of you reap what you sow does not hold, why not do as you please? If the principle of you reap what you sow does hold, would you dare to act as you please? Human society has many negative phenomena, such as disease, hunger, turmoil, war, displacement, helplessness, hatred, infighting, deception, misfortune, and so on. If we consider these phenomena as fruits, are these fruits of our own making? We can analyze each specific phenomenon, tracing back its origins. For instance, someone has a headache, someone is in a car accident, a village is flooded, a family is exterminated, someone is imprisoned, one dynasty is overthrown by another, or current conflicts like the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine conflict. I may not have the ability to conduct such in-depth analysis, But I believe that in the greatest creator's field, the principle you reap what you sow holds true. In the devil's domain, it might be sow melons, reap beans, sow beans, reap melons. But one thing I can be sure of is that when we sow beans but reap melons, we are not far from misfortune, suffering, and hell. Dear reader, what have you sown in the past? What do you plan to sow in the future? 高维解决低维难题易如反掌. Effortlessly solving low-dimensional problems with high-dimensional solutions. Xiefeng, July 1st, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. There are no insurmountable problems. Just raise the dimension. For Earthlings, immigrating to Mars might seem like a challenge, but for a high-dimensional being like Elon Musk, it's not a problem at all. Playing with a smartphone effortlessly in remote mountains without electricity or signal seems difficult for humans, but high-dimensional beings like Musk can solve it with ease. With the help of intelligent navigation systems, people can drive to unfamiliar big cities without a map, without getting lost, and without wasting time. Is it possible to have a face-to-face chat with someone thousands of miles away? From conventional thinking, it seems impossible, but today's smartphones have solved this problem. There is no such thing as impossible. There are only things that are not yet understood or beyond our current cognitive abilities. Once AI's IQ exceeds 200, all the world's nuclear weapons would automatically become inoperative. This is called a dimensionality reduction strike. Once the brilliance of the past is crushed by higher dimensions, decline is inevitable. When decay sets in, there will be no more crying or shouting. We once believed that marriage was a conventional aspect of life. Men marry and women marry off. However, with the advent of the second home, we have discovered that traditional marriage and family structures are an endless sea of suffering. Today, we see how ignorant and foolish all the teachings and efforts to maintain family harmony, guide parents in raising children, and so on truly are. Marriage and family are destined to decline, and any attempts or moral teachings to save them will only be futile struggles and helpless cries. The second home, being higher dimensional, makes traditional production and living modes look pitifully outdated. Humanity has struggled for thousands of years with problems such as corruption, theft, robbery, fraud, bullying, exploitation, gambling, prostitution, drug abuse, hunger, inequality, jealousy, conflict, turmoil, and war. Life genuine values and the second home model easily resolve these issues. What about countries? Countries that have seemingly existed for thousands of years and appear strong and stable will quickly crumble when AI arrives, becoming nothing more than a fleeting memory. Living through this era of transition, with daily exciting high-dimensional information emerging and witnessing earth-shaking changes, makes this time truly worthwhile. Experiencing such a spectacular era, a visit to this world is indeed worth it. 强势者不会有完美结局. The powerful will not have a perfect ending. Xiefeng, July 9th, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Laozi said, "Nothing in the world is softer and weaker than water. Yet, for attacking the hard and strong, nothing can surpass it, because nothing can take its place. That the weak overcomes the strong, and the soft overcomes the hard, everyone in the world knows, but no one can practice it." He also said, "The strong and violent will not die a natural death." If a person is excessively domineering, it is not a good sign. Examples include Hitler, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, Ceausescu, and Stalin. If a father is domineering, his children and grandchildren will suffer, as often seen in family tragedies. If a mother is domineering, her children may become depressed, their spirits wounded, and their health compromised. If a husband is domineering, his wife will endure unspeakable suffering throughout her life. If a wife is domineering, her husband will live a life of unfulfilled aspirations and will die with regrets. If a neighbor is domineering, it will lead to discomfort for those around them. If a neighboring country is domineering, there will always be threats and invasions. If a colleague is domineering, disputes and conflicts will arise. If a leader is domineering, subordinates will become submissive and eventually face repercussions. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth mutually generate and restrain each other, achieving harmony. The flourishing of all things relies on mutual coexistence and mutual prosperity. The dominance of any single side will lead to the withering of the others, and eventually, the dominant side will be left unsupported and face its downfall. As a father, inspire your children, but do not take over their lives. Allow them to have their own thoughts and plans, and do not suppress their ideas and pursuits under the guise of fatherhood. As a mother, provide love and nourishment but avoid excessive criticism and guidance. Do not make choices or decisions for your children. As a husband or wife, no matter how right you think you are and how unreasonable you find the other person, this tangled mess will never be untangled. The ancients couldn't untangle it, people today can't, and people in the future won't either. Give your partner as much space as possible. Do not be forceful. Being forceful will only exhaust you mentally and physically. From a dialectical perspective, forcefulness stems from a lack of self-confidence and inner weakness. It is an attempt to cover up internal frailty with strong words and actions. In reality, those with true inner strength are gentle and approachable. Forceful individuals harm those around them. When they hurt those around them, their endings will not be perfect. When faced with a domineering person, our approach should be, let him be strong. The breeze brushes the hill. Let him be fierce. The moon shines over the river. 对私有财产神圣不可侵犯的存疑. Doubts about the sanctity and inviolability of private property. Xiefeng, July 10, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Private property is sacred and inviolable is a hallmark of developed capitalist countries. It is a sentiment shared by famous Western philosophers, thinkers, and sociologists. Some even equate private property with life, suggesting that both are bestowed by heaven and thus need protection. I support the view that private property is sacred and inviolable, as it is much more civilized than the brutal laws of the jungle. Any act of infringing upon someone else's property is a crime and a trampling on that person's dignity and life. Without protection for private property, society would devolve into a state akin to the animal world, making it impossible for humanity to enter a civilized society. However, I have doubts about what constitutes private property. My understanding is that things a person is born with are considered private property, such as eyes, nose, limbs, and body. Everything else is public property. Some might say that if someone catches a fish in a river, that fish becomes their private property. If someone harvests 400 kilograms of wheat from 1 mu of land, that wheat is their private property. If someone builds a house in a certain place, that house is their private property. I agree with this perspective. But let's examine if these are truly private property. A virtuous magistrate for 3 years, 10,000 taels of silver. Is this silver his private property? If a thief secretly steals $100,000 and uses it to build a villa, is that villa his private property? If someone forcefully takes over a coal mine and earns $1 billion, is that billion their private property? If a company manufactures and sells counterfeit drugs and earns $10 billion, is that $10 billion their private property? Under the doctrine, all the land under heaven belongs to the king. Does this mean that everything in the world is the king's private property? Here is the tree I planted. Here is the road I built. If you want to pass, you must pay a toll. If the tree and the road are the property of the person who built them, is charging a toll in line with the principle of private property is sacred and inviolable? Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Similarly, money comes from power, violence, trickery, extortion, and deception. Do the power and wealth derived from these methods count as private property? Private property is sacred and inviolable, is a cornerstone of civilization, a necessary condition for social development, and a vital factor in promoting productivity. However, the definition of private property must be clearly defined. Land can be bought and sold. Mineral resources can be bought and sold. Can lakes and rivers also be bought and sold? If someone buys a piece of land, a mineral resource, or a body of water, does that make it private property? Can they prohibit others from using the water or catching fish from these resources? Is this also in line with sacred and inviolable? If one day someone with extraordinary abilities claims the moon and then imposes a tax on moonlight for everyone on Earth, is this reasonable? I ask those who advocate private property is sacred and inviolable. If you are married, is your spouse your private property or public property? If it is private property, does this mean that people can be considered private property, making slavery completely correct and reasonable? If it is public property, would you agree to your spouse being considered a public spouse? The body is a person's inherent private property and should be considered sacred and inviolable, right? So, if a prostitute chooses to use her body as she pleases, why interfere, stop, or even criminalize it? If even a person's own body, which is an inherent private property, is not allowed to be freely arranged and is subject to moral condemnation and legal repression, isn't this ridiculous and hypocritical in the context of private property is sacred and inviolable? Absolute fairness is impossible. Absolute fairness hinders the development of social productivity and inevitably leads to widespread poverty and despair. But consider this. A farmer works hard all year but still struggles to make a living, while a financial speculator can earn tens of millions or even billions annually. Is this fair? Stop proclaiming private property is sacred and inviolable so loudly. If you truly care about the public and the advancement of society, think more about how to ensure people's well-being and happiness. For those living in a dilapidated house with a worn-out quilt, you should not insist on the sanctity of your tattered house and quilt. Once the principle of private property is sacred and inviolable becomes a universal moral and legal standard, your decrepit house and quilt will be instantly obliterated. This is because you will not be involved in the making or enforcement of laws, and your descendants will be impoverished. Private property will have no relevance to you. I'm a little envious of trees. Xiefeng, July 10, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. Sitting by Lake Anahim and gazing at the lush trees along the shore, I suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Damn it, I'm alive and yet, I'm not as unrestrained and free as a tree. I couldn't help but feel envious of the trees. Trees don't have personal relationships or the troubles and pains that come with social interactions. Trees don't worry about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, aging, illness, or death. They simply grow naturally. Trees don't need to worry about or pay for electricity, taxes, water, land tax, internet fees, oil, or gas. Trees don't have to deal with any complicated and distressing administrative affairs. Trees don't worry about winter, nor do they need to think about heating. Trees don't argue with neighbors or distant trees about right or wrong. Trees quietly observe everything around them, leisurely enjoying and savoring the beauty of nature, almost like celestial beings. Trees have no sense of national borders, ethnicity, political parties, or religions. They seem almost like Buddhas. Trees don't wear pants, don't go to school, don't have to manage the emotions of parents, children, spouses, or worry about socializing with relatives and friends during holidays. Trees are cared for by nature. They just need to calmly enjoy their existence. They don't need to consider buying a car, getting a driver's license, or applying for an ID card or passport. Damn it, living as a human isn't as good as being a tree. How tragic. Will hitting a wall lead to enlightenment? Xiefeng, January 2nd, 2024. People often say, one doesn't turn back until hitting a wall, one's heart won't give up until reaching the Yellow River, and one won't shed tears until seeing the coffin. However, I would say that even after hitting a wall, people still won't turn back. Even after reaching the Yellow River, they still won't give up. And even after seeing the coffin, they still won't shed tears. Here's the evidence. Someone may divorce due to marital discord, which is like hitting a wall, but before long, they get married again, continuing to hit the same wall. Many people work hard all year and make very little money, like reaching the Yellow River, but the next year, they continue working, diving back into the river. Wars result in death. War is a coffin. Yet for thousands of years, people continue marching into wars. Not only do they not cry when they see the coffin, but they also don't shed a tear even after entering it. Let me ask you, dear reader, have you ever argued with someone? Arguing is like hitting a wall. But did you turn back? Next time you argue again, especially in marriage, where disputes are common, haven't you repeatedly hit the wall without turning back? Have you ever lost money at a casino? That's hitting a wall, isn't it? Yet, why do you keep going back to the casino? Even if you're battered and bruised, you still go. Is the wall made of cotton? Must one truly drown in the yellow river before giving up? Have you ever been deceived while trying to take advantage of a situation? After being tricked, did you stop trying to gain the upper hand? Why then do you get deceived again? It's just a case of falling for one trick after another, with only slight variations. Have your prayers at temples ever fulfilled your desires? If not, why do you keep burning incense and bowing? Do you believe that if Temple A doesn't work, Temple B or C will? You keep hitting the wall, time after time. If you haven't broken through the wall yourself, you encourage your children and grandchildren to keep hitting it. When will it ever stop? Some people speak beautifully, but their actions have nothing to do with their words. Believing them once is understandable, but why do you continue to pin your hopes on them? You've already hit the wall once. Why keep hitting it? Look at many elderly people. Have they changed any of their bad habits from their youth? Not at all. Decades have passed, and they remain the same. Is there any introspection? Any awakening? None. They hit the wall daily without turning back, jump into the yellow river without losing heart, and lie in the coffin without shedding a tear. Human society has advanced, but aside from the changes in production methods brought by scientific and technological progress, human nature hasn't fundamentally changed much from thousands of years ago. The conveniences of transportation and communication, and the abundance of goods haven't elevated human nature by much. The person riding a bullock cart 100 years ago and the person flying a plane today are essentially the same. The person in a long gown a century ago and the person in a suit today are also the same. So, take a look. Keep observing. Every day, countless people keep hitting walls without hesitation, flocking to the yellow river without losing heart, and seeing the coffin without shedding a tear. They come one after another, endlessly. Alas, humanity. 无助状态下应保持的心态和行为 mindset and actions to maintain in a helpless state. Xiefeng, January 14th, 2024. No matter who you are, whether a president, billionaire, expert, professor, entrepreneur, famous figure, or ordinary person, there will inevitably be moments when you find yourself in a state of helplessness. At such times, pleading to anyone, even praying, proves useless. You find yourself in a situation where the heavens do not respond to your calls, and the earth does not heed your cries. No matter what you try, you cannot escape the predicament of helplessness. Even emperors may hang themselves, presidents may be assassinated, wealthy entrepreneurs may jump off buildings, and experts and professors may drown themselves. These are true reflections of the helpless state, and ordinary people are no exception. Everyone has dreams and hopes for a life filled with joy, happiness, freedom, and fulfillment. Yet for thousands of years, only a few have truly achieved these aspirations. The vast majority either struggle in the bitter wind and rain or are overwhelmed by turbulent waves, leading to eventual sinking. People do not have the right to choose their parents, the era or environment of their birth, their appearance, or their ethnicity. They are powerless to change their circumstances, being pushed by the tides of the times from peaks to valleys and swayed by those around them. At times feeling excitement, at other times despair. When a landslide engulfs their loved ones, they are powerless. When floods come and submerge fields and homes, they are helpless. When struck by illness with no one to care for them, they must endure. When caught in a war zone, escape is impossible. And when debts become unmanageable, they are physically and mentally exhausted. What can be done? Do not blame heaven, earth, or others. Accepting fate is the best mindset. Only by accepting fate can one hope to change it. Blaming heaven, earth, or others will only worsen the situation, while thanking heaven, earth, and the Creator may offer a chance of escape. Resentment will only make things worse. Gratitude is the best remedy for overcoming hardship. Why accept fate? Because there is no alternative. Why accept fate? Because everything is self-created. It is the result of choices made over multiple lifetimes, as well as the outcome of one's haphazard and misguided efforts. When we explore the mysteries of the universe, we find that everything follows laws and principles. Everything that happens is neither accidental nor random, but inevitable. Understanding this helps us realize that our situation is of our own making. Heaven does not spare anyone nor unjustly harm anyone. Understanding this allows us to see the path our lives should take. The conclusion is that when we are in a helpless situation, the first step is to accept fate without blaming heaven, earth, or others. Maintain a calm and peaceful mindset, joyfully accept reality, and keep a heart full of gratitude, free from resentment. Finally, take action. Do your utmost to find a way out of the helpless situation. By doing so, there is hope of escaping from helplessness. In this way, heaven may guide us out of our troubles, perhaps even sending someone to help us along the way. Acceptance, gratitude, and action are the mindset and behaviors to maintain when in a state of helplessness. 集体潜意识和个人显意识的关系. The relationship between collective subconscious and individual consciousness. Xiefeng. May 9, 2023. We observe a phenomenon. The younger a person is, the better they are at using computers and smartphones, while older individuals struggle with the terminology and functions of these devices. We must ask, how do younger people, with less knowledge and shallower understanding, acquire the skills to operate computers and smartphones? The apparent explanation might be that the older a person gets, the harder it becomes to comprehend new knowledge and procedures. Their existing knowledge becomes an obstacle to learning and accepting new technologies. Conversely, younger people, with fewer ingrained barriers in their consciousness, are more open to understanding and adopting new knowledge and technologies. From this, we can infer that those with more knowledge may become obstacles and resistors to societal progress and the evolution of civilization, much like how a nation or ethnicity with a long history tends to have weaker innovation capabilities. According to the principle of entropy, the more closed a system is, the more rigid and resistant to change it becomes. Conversely, the more open a system is, the more flexible, dynamic, and vibrant it is. Let's look at another phenomenon. One dog barks at a shadow, and 100 dogs bark in response. In a village at night, if one dog starts barking, all the household dogs join in. The first dog may have seen a stranger, but the others are merely responding to the noise. On the street, if one dog bites a person, other dogs may join in, indiscriminately attacking. When mainstream culture dominates, any non-mainstream culture that emerges is instinctively criticized and attacked. In a group, if a few people kneel and begin to worship a certain figure or object, others will often follow without thinking. These observations demonstrate that the power of the collective subconscious far exceeds that of individual consciousness. Do people think for themselves? The answer is yes. However, reality shows that true independent thinkers are 1 in 1,000. The vast majority merely echo the collective subconscious. If the collective subconscious is selfish, any act of selflessness will be viewed as rebellious. Conversely, if the collective subconscious is selfless, any selfish behavior will be suppressed. When we make choices and decisions, we often feel that they are the results of our own thoughts. But in truth, if we trace our choices back to their origins, we'll find that they never truly escape the boundaries of the collective subconscious. They are entirely controlled by it. This brings to mind the warning from Jesus Christ, "Enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." In simpler terms, the path that the majority follow leads to death. The path followed by the majority is driven by the collective subconscious. While it seems relatively safe, the result is ultimately tragic. From this, we can predict the outcome of our actions. If our behavior aligns with the will of the majority, the journey will be smoother, safer, and easier. But the destination is destruction. On the other hand, if our actions consistently diverge from the masses, encountering more resistance and difficulty, the destination will be life. When facing great resistance, difficulties, and disdain from others, and we begin to doubt ourselves, let's listen to what Celestial Laozi said. "The common people are bright. I alone am dull. The common people are clear. I alone am confused." He also said, "Know the male, but keep to the female. Become the ravine of the world. Know the white, but keep to the black. Become the model of the world. Know honor, but keep to disgrace. become the valley of the world. In simple terms, when others go to the city, I go to the countryside. When others focus on the practical, I focus on the abstract. The key is to not let the collective subconscious dictate your choices and decisions. Now, let's analyze why younger people seem to be naturally adept at operating electronic devices like computers and smartphones. This phenomenon is not driven by the collective subconscious, so what is the cause? It is caused by universal consciousness. The emergence of any phenomenon must involve an invisible hand guiding it. Since this phenomenon is not driven by the collective subconscious, there must be a force beyond human collective subconsciousness at work. This force is universal consciousness. Fully exploring the concept of universal consciousness would require extensive discussion, which falls within the realm of academia, so I won't delve into it here. 与人和睦之道大船，让小船大人，让小人. The way of harmony with others. Big boats yield to small boats. Greater individuals yield to lesser ones. Xiefeng, June 5, 2023. On the ocean, when a big boat and a small boat meet, the big boat should take the initiative to yield to the small boat. If they collide, those on the small boat are at much greater risk of harm, while those on the big boat are relatively safer. Cars should yield to motorcycles, motorcycles to bicycles, and bicycles to pedestrians. All vehicles should give way to pedestrians. The stronger and safer party should always yield to the weaker and more vulnerable. This is humanitarianism. In the societal realm, the wealthy should yield to the poor, officials to the public, celebrities to the common folk, teachers to students, and doctors to patients. This, too, is humanitarianism. In interpersonal relationships, greater individuals should yield to lesser ones. Who are the greater individuals? Those with a broad perspective, high level of understanding, good manners, cultivation, self-restraint, deep moral integrity, and who are reasonable and empathetic. And who are the lesser individuals? Those who are narrow-minded, short-sighted, petty, vengeful, lacking in manners, cultivation, and self-restraint, and who are unreasonable. Therefore, when interacting with others, if the other person's cultivation, knowledge, and moral character are not as developed as yours, you should yield to them and avoid causing them harm. Under the same pressure, those with a broader perspective and higher understanding can bear it more easily, while those with a narrower perspective and lower understanding cannot. For instance, 100 yuan may be just a tip for a rich person, but could be a lifeline for a poor person. Losing 100 yuan might not matter to the rich, but for the poor, it could mean going hungry that day. If you are spiritually and emotionally rich, you will always yield to others. If you are spiritually and emotionally poor, you will argue fiercely, stand your ground stubbornly, and leave others with no room to maneuver. If you see someone endlessly arguing with a pig, there's no need to analyze further. The person who is arguing with the pig shares the pig's consciousness and understanding. Celestials and Buddhas always yield to others and never engage in arguments. Anyone who argues with others is certainly not a celestial or a Buddha, but a mortal, or even a worldly person. Those who yield to others are sure to be sages, celestials, or Buddhas. 睁眼看世界，闭眼养实力. Keep your eyes open to observe the world. Close your eyes to cultivate strength. Xiefeng, April 22, 2023. The more information a person absorbs, the more developed their mind becomes, the wiser they become, and the more solutions they have for dealing with problems. Even a genius, if their intake of information is limited, will have narrow thinking, restricted cognitive abilities, and will make short-sighted decisions. The more complex a structure is, the stronger its consciousness. Cabbages have consciousness, earthworms have consciousness, as do tigers, leopards, wolves, and monkeys. Humans rise above all other creatures because they can learn, absorb information, and draw conclusions from experience. This is why the human brain is more complex than that of other animals and plants. ChatGPT is smarter than humans because it has absorbed far more information. From this, we can see that whoever absorbs the most information possesses superior wisdom and ability. This tells us that we must keep our eyes open to observe the world and absorb as much information as possible from all fields: philosophy, science, religion, politics, culture, art, customs, and beyond. We must also stay updated on the current natural and social dynamics around the world. Only by doing this can we hope to make the best judgments and choices. Are the life genuine values in the second home model the best? Only through comparison can we determine this. How do we compare? We compare them with similar communities and ideas that have existed throughout human history, with the values and models established by all religions, and with the concepts and systems created by political figures and groups across history. Only by comparing can we differentiate, and only by differentiating can we make accurate analyses and judgments. If we discover values and models superior to those of Life Genuine and the second home, we must either thoroughly study and emulate these other systems or abandon our own completely and integrate into the new. We must not remain stuck in our ways, nor blindly believe that ours is the best. Therefore, our thinking must remain open, not closed off. Close your eyes to cultivate strength means that after widely absorbing information, we must sift through it. We need to swiftly respond to urgent information while deeply exploring the essence and truth behind it. At the same time, we must cultivate our ability to adapt to the constant changes in the external world. This ability is our strength. Without the capacity to adapt, no matter how much information we take in, we won't be able to cope with the ever-changing world. For Life Genuine, our strengths are the Life Genuine values, the second home model, and the Chanyuan Celestials. Our goal is to make Life Genuine values universal, to establish the home model as the future of human production and lifestyle, and to enable Chanyuan Celestials to become transcendent celestials. These are the strengths we need to cultivate. As our strength grows and deepens, Life Genuine will become unstoppable. Having advanced values alone is hollow. Having the home model alone is unsustainable. Having the Chanyuan Celestials alone would lead to disorder when challenges arise. However, when the values, model, and Chanyuan Celestials are integrated into a single, harmonious system, they create a powerful and profound strength. As long as we keep our eyes open to observe the world, avoid blind arrogance, continuously refine our values, and constantly improve and perfect our production and living model, remaining flexible and adaptable rather than rigidly adhering to dogma, and as long as the Chanyuan Celestials continually correct their misunderstandings and mistakes, we should not underestimate ourselves, even if we are just seedlings now. One day, this seedling will grow into a towering tree, providing shade to many and bearing fruit to feed and nourish those in need. 什么是应对世界信息变化的能力？答疑先问。What is the ability to respond to changes in world information? Answering Yixian. Xiefeng. April 22nd, 2023. Any external information stimulates brain activity, and the brain responds by devising a plan to handle that information. For example, when a mother calls, "Child, it's time to eat," this is an informational stimulus. A child who is playing or doing homework must immediately decide whether to continue playing or studying, or to stop and go eat. This demonstrates a person's ability to respond to changes in information from the outside world. A slow or sluggish response indicates poor responsiveness, while a quick response indicates strong responsiveness. Currently, the internet is flooded with news about young people struggling to find jobs, particularly university graduates who are unable to secure their ideal positions, or even struggling to find work delivering food. This is external information. How should one respond to it? Some choose to lie flat, do nothing. Some rely on their parents. Others tirelessly search for jobs. Some opt to pursue graduate studies. Some seek alternative paths, and a very few resort to suicide. This illustrates people's varying abilities to respond to changes in external information. When ChatGPT swept in like a tsunami, even Elon Musk, the Iron Man of Silicon Valley, seemed somewhat shaken, calling for a 6-month halt to the development of ChatGPT 5. Many countries have legislated against its use, with many people fearing that the rapid evolution of AI could lead to widespread unemployment. Some even fear that robots might eventually wipe out humanity. Meanwhile, some are very excited, hoping the storm intensifies even further, and many are taking advantage of the ChatGPT wave to develop software that solves problems in specific fields and earn money. This demonstrates how people respond differently to changes in external information. Currently, the internet is awash with information about inflation or deflation in China's economy. Some say that 2023 will be the best year of the next decade, while others claim that China's economy is on the brink of recession with an economic crisis imminent. How should an ordinary person respond to such information? This concerns one's ability to respond to changes in external information. Those with strong abilities will take preventive measures to safely weather the economic crisis, while those with weaker abilities will suffer, with some possibly feeling so trapped that they contemplate extreme actions. Moreover, as unemployment continues to rise and people struggle to make a living, looting and various forms of fraud will become increasingly pervasive and difficult to defend against. How should ordinary people respond? Should they also resort to cheating and stealing? Should they rebel, hide, or flee? Ultimately, everyone must devise their own response to the information they receive. Recently, there have been predictions that a world war will break out on May 12th, and a few months ago, there were predictions of a major earthquake in the seas around Japan in June, with a tsunami surpassing the one in Southeast Asia, potentially causing catastrophic damage to the Pacific coastal regions. Regardless of whether this information is true or false, it at least stimulates my brain. Since I believe that false information is still information, I must develop a response plan for such external stimuli. The so-called guiding dreams are mainly about responding to this kind of information, and how one responds depends on their ability. Unless we close our eyes and ears, our brains are bombarded daily by vast amounts of information. We need to filter through it. Some information can be ignored, some requires heightened vigilance, and some demands an immediate response. This is what it means to have the ability to respond to changes in external information. 99%的人走着走着会背离初衷。99% of people deviate from their original intentions. Xiefeng, April 21st, 2023. There is no shortage of people in human society who strive for their ideals. However, when we look at the outcomes, we find that 99% of those who pursue their ideals eventually stray from their original path, becoming the very kind of person they once sought to overthrow and despise the most. Looking at all the peasant uprisings throughout Chinese history, their initial slogans were often about equalizing wealth, encouraging poor farmers to rise up against the exploitation of feudal taxes and forced labor. But once these revolts succeeded, those who had once advocated for equalizing wealth, including their leaders, hoarded resources for themselves. They quickly forgot their original cause and became the very people they had once sought to overthrow. When someone hasn't yet held an official position, they may deeply resent corruption and the bureaucratic behavior of those in power. But once they attain office and climb the ranks, they gradually become the very person they once despised, often even worse. Those at the lowest rungs of society, frequently bullied and oppressed, long for fairness, justice, and equality. But once they put on a police or urban enforcement uniform, they often turn cruel, treating those still at the bottom, who were once just like them, with even more brutality. Poor couples may be deeply loving toward each other, but once the husband or wife finds success and their financial situation improves, the balance of their relationship is disrupted and the love often fades. They might even wish to kick their partner off the face of the earth. People detest those who speak in empty platitudes, boast, lie, or spout cliches and nonsense. They despise those who present a virtuous facade but are vile at heart, and those who exploit legal loopholes for personal gain. Yet, once they themselves attain power, status, fame, or wealth, they begin to transform into hypocrites, acting moral while speaking grand but hollow words, and behaving in ways that are inconsistent with their words. Those who pursue spiritual cultivation initially follow the teachings of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and sages with utmost obedience. But as they accumulate knowledge and attract followers, they often start mystifying things, seeking to elevate themselves above others. Now, imagine a group of 100 people who have been carefully selected for their ideals, ambitions, and for being well-educated, cultivated, and restrained, people pursuing a heavenly life, and practitioners of high moral standards. Without the constraints of a structured system, it wouldn't take long before these 100 individuals devolved into a highly intelligent group scheming against each other, competing for resources, deceiving and harming one another. For instance, if there were 50 women and 50 men, a heavenly life could be achieved if there were no mutual possession or control. However, human nature would inevitably drive them to compete for sexual resources, resulting in one-on-one and one-to-many relationships. Without strict monogamy, chaos would ensue, leading to emotional struggles and battles. The same applies to power. Everyone would be scheming to seize it. History teaches us that people are unreliable and change according to shifting natural and social conditions. Today's hero may become tomorrow's failure. Today's contributor may turn into tomorrow's criminal. Today's progressive thinker may become tomorrow's reactionary. Today's helper may transform into tomorrow's harmer. Heavenly life is within reach, easily attainable, but who can truly maintain their original intentions unchanged? 中华文化中的瑰宝是文字、音乐和山水画。The treasures of Chinese culture, characters, music, and landscape paintings. Xiefeng, March 24, 2023. Chinese culture lacks a scientific spirit and elements of science, but its characters, music, and landscape paintings are unique and profoundly rich in meaning, and they possess a remarkable magical charm. In Chinese culture, each character carries a wealth of meaning. Each one is like an essay, a landscape, or a principle. Take the character Shan, Xian, meaning celestial being, for example. On the left is a person, and on the right is a mountain, implying that a celestial being is someone who lives in the mountains. In other words, one cannot become a celestial being while living in a bustling city. Another example is the character Huan, meaning marriage, where the left side shows a woman and the right side a scene that suggests dimness or confusion. This tells us that a woman who marries is in a state of confusion, as a clear-minded woman would not marry. If you ask most people who have been married for a lifetime, many will realize in their later years that they were in a muddled state of mind when they got married. Another example is the character Fua, meaning Buddha. On the left is a person, and on the right is Fu, which means not or no. Therefore, Flo means not a person. If a person retains human form, thoughts, and consciousness, they cannot be Buddha. From this, we can realize what Buddha truly is. If we go to a temple and see a statue, thinking it is Buddha, we are deeply mistaken. Seeking Buddha through form will not lead to Buddha, as Buddha has no form. Some say that Buddha has kind brows and kind eyes, but this is nonsense. Kind brows and kind eyes are merely forms, and form is not Buddha. Another remarkable aspect of Chinese culture is its music. Whether it's the moon reflected on the second spring river in the flower moon night, three variations on plum blossom, or the butterfly lovers, the melodies are graceful, with emotions that are delicate, profound, subtle, beautiful, and elegant, possessing an aesthetic that is hard to find in other cultures. The most outstanding element of Chinese culture is its landscape painting. This art form is a unique cultural phenomenon that other cultures find hard to match. Through depictions of mountains, water, clouds, birds, waterfalls, thatched cottages, small bridges, and vegetation, these paintings create scenes of exquisite beauty. They evoke visions of a paradise beyond this world, filling one's heart with serenity and a sense of vast vitality. The ethereal charm of these celestial realms brings a sense of peaceful leisure, making it hard to tear oneself away from such beauty. Hanshio Celestial has created over 100 landscape paintings, all imbued with the celestial grace and charm, earning widespread admiration. In fact, contemplating each Chinese character, listening to each piece of music nurtured by Chinese culture, and appreciating every landscape painting are all forms of self-cultivation. These experiences elevate one's life and have a wondrous effect in purifying the soul. 一生只盯着一个目标走. Focus on a single goal for life. Xiefeng, March 3, 2023. Life, at most, lasts only 30,000 days. Every day we live is one day less. How we spend each day is the dividing line between an ordinary and an extraordinary life. If we live each day without a clear goal and allow randomness to dictate our actions, then mediocrity is inevitable. However, if each day is spent working toward one's own chosen goal, regardless of whether we are rich or poor, facing ease or hardship, the final outcome will be extraordinary. Why did Sakyamuni become a Buddha? Because he dedicated his entire life to one goal, tirelessly and unwaveringly for over 40 years. Even if he had to lean on a cane and beg for food every day, He never diverted his focus toward pursuing a business or making money. Similarly, many Nobel Prize winners have also devoted their entire lives to their chosen fields, moving forward toward a single goal throughout their journey. The life of genuine celestial has only one goal in life: to become a celestial being and enter the celestial realm. Once a goal is set, don't waste time and energy on things that are inconsistent with or even opposed to that goal. The journey of life is filled with countless temptations, and without a strong will, it's easy to stray from your direction and goal, ultimately ending up with nothing but loss and regret. A tiger will never grow wings. Fantasizing about gaining all possible benefits is unrealistic. Wanting power, wealth, and fame, while also desiring to be surrounded by a loving spouse and many children, and on top of that aspiring to become a celestial being or a Buddha, wanting both a carefree life and to indulge in all the world's delicacies and beautiful sights. Where can one find such a perfect scenario? Focusing on a single goal for life requires extraordinary perseverance, unwavering willpower, and the wisdom and ability to resist various temptations. It demands silent dedication and a state of spiritual emptiness, the strength to endure food scarcity and inadequate clothing, and the magnanimity to remain joyful and unregretful even when mocked and insulted. It also requires a clear mind and a well-defined path toward the goal. Without these, the hardships, suppression, and temptations along the way will inevitably break you down. Reaching the destination might take a few years, several decades, or even an entire lifetime. It may even be unattainable in this life. If, after years or decades of persistence, you find yourself empty-handed and filled with regret, you could fall into a bottomless abyss of despair. Therefore, once you've set a goal and begun the journey toward it, you must ensure you remain free of regrets, no matter how long it takes or whether you reach the destination in this life. In this way, you've already reached the other shore. The life of a Genuine Celestial is very simple. Become a Chanyuan Celestial, uphold its values, sever worldly ties, strive to live in the second home, and follow the guide's path to reach the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. This is the goal and ultimate purpose of becoming a Genuine Celestial. Seek nothing else, and don't engage in anything that doesn't align with this goal. Even if forced by external circumstances or pressure, keep the inner light alive, and once the external forces dissipate, immediately return to the path leading to the predetermined goal. Life must have a goal, especially an ultimate one. With direction and a clear target, life becomes clear, simple, and light. Otherwise, life will be filled with confusion, chaos, delusions, and countless worries and pains, akin to an endless sea of suffering. 人生的 ABC. The ABCs of Life. Xiefeng. February 27th, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. The most beautiful life is like this. Life comes into the world, embarks on its journey, enjoys all the scenery along the way, and finally reaches the destination safely, abandoning the vehicle and stepping onto the other shore, heaven. To achieve this ideal life, the key is to avoid driving the vehicle into mud, deserts, or traps, to prevent collisions and overturns, and to avoid the car being wrecked and lives lost. The aim is to reach the destination safely and smoothly. So, what should we pay attention to during the journey? No matter your parents' methods of educating or raising you, their qualities or abilities, they are your best protection in childhood. Even in youth, they remain your most reliable support. So, listening to your parents, not quarreling with them, not opposing them, and not angering them is crucial for ensuring a smooth journey through childhood, adolescence, and youth. Entering the workplace, avoid conflicts with your boss. Obey your boss's orders and show respect in words, expressions, and actions. This is the core factor for smooth career progress. Avoid gambling. From a young age, stay away from casinos, speculative businesses, stock trading, and financial schemes. Don't dream of getting rich, as these are traps on the journey of life. Avoid joining political or religious organizations. Any organization carries significant risks. When thriving, it's easy to become complacent. When declining, it can end in ruin, even imprisonment. If possible, avoid joining the military. The purpose of the military is to put your life on the line, which inherently carries life-threatening risks. Maintain friendships but avoid partisan alliances. Forming close factions will inevitably bring burdens. Avoid special relationships. The cost of maintaining such relationships is high. Do not flatter or curry favor with officials. Officials themselves are the root of trouble. Learn from a master, but do not follow them. No matter how great a master is, their understanding is limited. Following them too closely may cause you to miss other opportunities. If the master harbors ill intentions, following them can plant the seeds of disaster. Do not accumulate valuable material wealth. Doing so attracts thieves, immoral people, swindlers, and robbers. Avoid close relations with married individuals or those in committed relationships. There are potential risks involved. Do not borrow money unless necessary. Borrowing is easy, but repaying is difficult. Once burdened with debt, you lose your freedom and peace of mind, especially with high-interest loans, which should be avoided at all costs. Live within your means. Do not undertake anything beyond your capacity. Once you do, you'll be trapped by your own actions. Do not report, expose, or inform on your relatives, master, teacher, neighbors, friends, classmates, colleagues, or superiors. This will cause you to lose virtue, and with that, the Tao. Do not pry into others' privacy or spread it. This will help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Never take advantage of others. Even if you see gold on the road, ignore it. This will help you avoid most scams and traps. Stay away from practices that promise supernatural powers or special techniques. Once tempted and involved in such practices, you will deviate from the right path, leading to imbalance, and could even fall into mental illness. If possible, avoid entering into marriage and family commitments. Once you do, you lose control over yourself. Do not envy or purchase luxury goods. Use items, including clothing, based on practicality and aesthetics. Once controlled by vanity and indulgence in luxury goods, you become like a leaky barrel, with little fuel left for the long journey ahead. The above are the ABCs of life. Basic common sense. Following these principles will help you avoid driving your life's vehicle into mud or traps, avoid overturns, and prevent the car from being wrecked, leading to loss of life. Do not aspire to do great things in life. Simply being able to drive your life's vehicle safely and smoothly to the destination and into heaven is already a remarkable achievement. If you can also experience joy and happiness along the journey, appreciate the boundless beauty of nature, and savor the delights life offers, then you are truly blessed. 劝君早作百年计，事到临头不由己. Plan ahead for a century. Act before it's too late. Xiefeng. February 18, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Everyone desires to escape the cycle of reincarnation and ascend to heaven, and many hope to avoid the suffering of this earthly world. For this desire, many people search for ways to achieve their goal. Yet, looking back at human history, very few have truly succeeded. One reason is that people have not theoretically figured out the path to escape reincarnation and ascend to heaven. They are blindly stumbling around. Another reason is that very few actually follow the path they've found. The principle of escaping reincarnation and reaching heaven is simple and straightforward. First, sever worldly attachments. Second, repay your debts and accumulate enough treasures for entry into heaven. Third, perfect and beautify your soul garden so that your life meets the standards of a heavenly citizen. This simple principle is easily understood by anyone with basic logical thinking, but how many people truly act on it? Very few, very few. Although Christianity has monasteries and Buddhism has temples where people can sever worldly attachments, repay debts, and perfect the non-material structure of their life, there is still a fundamental question. What is the purpose of life? Is it to cultivate the Tao? The answer is clearly no. When a company creates a mobile phone, it is not for the phone to cultivate itself or improve itself. It's created for people to use. Only by providing use to people and generating profit for the company does the phone fulfill its purpose. So, was the creator's sole intention for humans to cultivate the Tao? If so, wouldn't it have been easier to place people in heaven from the beginning? Undoubtedly, eyes were created for seeing and legs for walking. Otherwise, creating them would be redundant. In fact, Such a simple truth can be understood even with one's buttocks and heels. The preamble above is just to tell people that the Earth's ecology, at the current rate of human development and demand, will soon collapse. The collapse of the ecology means that human survival will be in grave danger. Therefore, plan ahead for a century. Act before it's too late. What does it mean to plan ahead? Quickly sever worldly attachments, repay your debts, accumulate merit, and cultivate your soul garden. Otherwise, when the crisis arrives, it will be too late to fix anything. For example, when you're nearing death and someone is weeping and demanding that you distribute your inheritance, you might wish to have your body cremated to leave no lingering attachments, but someone strongly objects. This happens because your worldly attachments are not yet severed. Another example, you wish to ascend to the heavenly kingdom, the thousand-year world, but someone holds onto your soul, not allowing you to leave, saying that you haven't repaid the money you owe them. Another person may claim you still owe them a favor because they once helped you. Yet another example, no one prevents you from heading to heaven, but when you reach its border, someone refuses to let you enter because you have no deposits in the heavenly bank, and you are sent back to where you came from. Lastly, you might have developed habits such as not finishing your food, relieving yourself anywhere, or gossiping behind people's backs. Even if you've severed your worldly attachments, repaid your debts, and accumulated enough deposits in the heavenly bank, your habits may not be fit for life in heaven, and the gates of heaven will not open for you. These are all examples of why, when the time comes, you might not be able to act according to your wishes. Cultivating and practicing to ascend to heaven is not complicated. The principle is this simple, but can you follow it? If you can't, no matter how beautiful your wishes are, in the end, they will remain just dreams, because when the time comes, you won't be able to act as you wish. 莫为没落产业而惋惜. Do not lament over declining industries. Xiefeng. February 14, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Facts tell us that death is inevitable for everyone, so there is no need to lament over it. Since the ultimate end of life is death, is it necessary to feel sorrow or joy over the losses and gains along life's journey? Absolutely not. History tells us that everything in existence will eventually decline and disappear, so there is no need to get excited or invest too much time and energy into all these things. With mobile phones becoming common, how many people still read newspapers and magazines? Printed newspapers and magazines belong to declining industries. These days, fewer people watch TV, so the television industry is also in decline. Cameras, flashlights, calculators, and landline phones, all once related to mobile phones, have also become declining industries, or we could call them dying industries. There is no reason to lament over this. In Chinese history, there was the farce of the overthrow the Qing, restore the Ming movement. Those who participated were serious, but what was the result? Tragic sacrifices. Why did they meet such a tragic end? The fundamental reason is that they invested in a declining industry, in other words, a dying industry. Historically, those who exhausted their efforts and sacrificed their lives for the states of Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei, states from China's Warring States period, eventually died with regret, their lives ending in tragedy. The reason is that defending the existence and continuation of a state itself was a declining industry. In the future, human society will inevitably become a unified society, one without nations. Therefore, all those who pledge loyalty to their country and sacrifice their lives for it, be they Americans, Russians, Germans, or Japanese, are working for declining industries. By doing so, they are creating personal tragedies. Who else is tirelessly striving for declining industries and, in doing so, creating tragedies for their lives? Over 20 years ago, when I was attending an advanced international trade training course at the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing, one of the subjects was how to send economic data and information using codes through telegrams. That course was quite demanding, and I put in a lot of effort to master it. Then fax machines appeared, and suddenly there was no need to send information using coded telegrams. All that knowledge became useless, and the time and energy spent on learning it were wasted. Looking back now, that course was clearly part of a declining industry. If we had known that fax machines would be available in a year or two, who would have bothered learning it? Now, with the rise of ChatGPT, who would still want to spend years studying to become an accountant, lawyer, clerk, or bank employee? These are all declining professions, and investing time and money in them is setting oneself up for tragedy. Are there still workers at gas stations who fill up vehicles? No. Not long ago, I visited a Walmart in Williams Lake. After buying my items and going to the checkout, I found no cashiers. Everything was automated by machines. So, where did the cashiers go? In fact, anyone who exhausts their efforts in pursuit of money, power, status, or fame is wasting their precious time on declining industries, creating their own tragedies. Nature is constantly and dramatically changing, and even whether you will see the sun tomorrow is uncertain. Everything you've worked for could vanish like a popped bubble in an instant. So, are there industries that are not declining? Yes, there are. The industries that bring you happiness, joy, freedom, and fulfillment are eternal industries. The industries that lead you from this world to heaven are the ones truly worth dedicating your life to. What is free comes from the greatest creator. What is expensive comes from the devil. Xiefeng, January 7th, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator. Everything in nature is free and provided to all life without charge. Sunlight, air, soil, water, and so on. When people appreciate the beauty of nature and feel joy, or when they experience the wonderful sensations of climax due to excitement, these are all gifts from the greatest creator, freely bestowed upon life. Ultimately, we will realize that all free things and beautiful experiences come from the greatest creator. Every year, many people affected by disasters worldwide receive free food, tents, medicine, clothes, and other supplies from the United Nations. This, too, reflects the care and protection from the greatest creator. When someone offers help to others for free, expecting nothing in return, they embody the attributes of the greatest creator and are worthy of praise and respect. If a being lives in an environment where everything is free, they are living in the kingdom of the greatest creator, in heaven. In the second home of Life Genuine, everything for each member, from food, clothing, housing, and transportation to birth, aging, illness, and death, is provided free of charge. Even romantic relationships cost nothing and incur no debts. Therefore, the second home belongs to the kingdom of the greatest creator. In human society, everything has a price tag, and people are driven to pursue money in order to buy these things. This is not the will of the greatest creator. It is the plan of the devil. For example, encouraging young people to buy houses, take on mortgages, and make monthly payments to the bank increases their living costs and mental stress. This way of life is not a blessing from the greatest creator, but a scheme of the devil. Everything should be shared freely. Humanity can live a heavenly life, but human nature's inherent selfishness, greed, arrogance, laziness, and love of comfort prevent the birth, development, and growth of the greatest creator's kingdom on earth. All of this is the result of people's own choices. What I want to tell people is this: do not continue thinking about survival issues using old ways of thinking, nor continue living according to your established lifestyles, because there is no beautiful future in that direction. If possible, offer free services to others as much as you can, and ideally enter a way of life where everything is free. In this way, you will not only escape worries, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, but also break free from the cycle of reincarnation. This is because you are walking on the path of the greatest creator, not the path of the devil. Walking on the path of the greatest creator may be difficult at first, but the future becomes increasingly beautiful. Walking on the devil's path may seem easy at first, but it grows harder and darker as you go. 来到自己身边的人和事是成就你的吗? Are the people and events coming into your life helping you succeed? Xiefeng, January 25th, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. In recent years, a popular idea has spread online that says everyone and everything that comes into your life is there to help you succeed. But is this viewpoint correct? Let's break it down. If we interpret succeed as helping oneself become a pig or helping oneself become a celestial being, then this view holds true. But if we take succeed to mean achievements, then this view is mistaken. Consider asking an adult, which meal helped you grow up? The obvious answer is, every meal since birth has played a role. Now ask, how does a 70-year-old person's character, temperament, appearance, worldview, and spiritual realm develop? The answer, through every person and event that entered their life. Everyone and everything that comes into your life has an impact, just like every meal contributes to your growth. How is a rogue created? It's the result of every person and event that entered their life. How does someone reincarnate as a pig? Again, it's the people and events in their life that contribute to it. We've all heard of people dying from anger. Who angered them to death? Naturally, it was the people and events that came into their life. If a fire burns someone into a vegetative state, do you believe that fire came to help them succeed? So, do you still believe that everyone and everything that comes into your life is there to help you succeed? If you're still unsure about the flaw in this idea, imagine someone who's constantly throwing tantrums, complaining, and repeating things like, life is unbearable, living is pointless, life is suffering, it's better to be dead, you're so ugly, you always mess things up, or you're such a cruel person. Would you still be in a good mood? Is this person really here to help you succeed? From this, we can see that only people and events that are true, kind, beautiful, loving, faithful, and sincere are there to help you succeed. If the people and events in your life are false, evil, ugly, hateful, deceitful, or hypocritical, they're not helping you succeed. They're dragging you into hell. 失去人权最大的责任人是自己. The greatest responsibility for losing human rights lies with oneself. Xiefeng, December 10th, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Humans have 8 fundamental freedoms: the right to live, the right to create, the right to migrate, the right to speak, the right to personal freedom, the right to think, the right to learn, and the right to refuse. These 8 freedoms are innate, granted by heaven to every individual. Yet, as people live their lives, they often find that these rights are nearly all lost. Who has taken them away? The answer is, the greatest responsibility for losing these freedoms lies with oneself. Let's start with the simplest freedom, personal freedom. Personal freedom is the right to control one's own body. For example, you can have sex with whomever you want, as long as the other person is willing. Take a bath in the middle of the night, get a tattoo, eat while standing, and so on. Anything related to your body, you should be free to do as you please. This is personal freedom. But think carefully, do you truly have personal freedom? Have you noticed that the greatest act of losing personal freedom is often done by oneself? For example, marriage. Once you marry someone, at least half of your personal freedom is gone. Your body is no longer entirely under your control. Isn't this your own doing? Now, let's look at those who are imprisoned. The loss of most of their personal freedom is the result of their own choices. By breaking the law and harming society or others, they end up imprisoned, losing their personal freedom. The main responsibility lies in their own irrationality and impulsiveness. Next, let's examine the loss of the right to refuse. The right to refuse means having the power to reject anything you do not wish to accept, whether it's ideas, beliefs, viewpoints, lifestyles, favors, or gifts. But in real life, do you exercise this right? I've found that over 90% of people voluntarily give up their right to refuse. Did you refuse when your parents pressured you into marriage? Did you refuse when your children asked you to buy them a house or a car? Did you refuse when your boss asked you to work overtime? Did you refuse when a subordinate tried to bribe you? Did you refuse when your superior asked you to drink with them? Throughout life, there are many things we don't want to accept deep down, but we reluctantly do so, giving in to pressure from governments, police, bosses, parents, friends, or even thugs. We give up our right to refuse. When the majority of people give up their right to refuse, small and large tyrants are born. Thugs, bullies, and corrupt officials find fertile ground to thrive. Civilization is stifled, and darkness shrouds the earth for a long time. The loss of other freedoms that people should enjoy can also be traced back to each individual giving them up. 中华文化中潜伏的魔. The hidden demons in Chinese culture. Xiefeng, December 2nd, 2022. Translation edited by Yu. Under the whole heaven, every spot is the sovereign's ground. To the borders of the land, every person is the sovereign's subject. This idea from the Book of Songs, written over 2,000 years ago, has influenced Chinese rulers from the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, to the present day. Regardless of its original meaning, what we observe is that all emperors have treated the world as their personal domain and the people as their subjects. For instance, Qin Shi Huang never considered passing the throne to a virtuous minister or implementing a democratic system to allow the people to elect the next emperor. Instead, he wrote a will to pass the throne to his son, viewing the empire as his family's property, which naturally had to be handed down to his descendants. From the first emperor, this tradition has continued for over 2,000 years up to the present day. None of the emperors ever regarded the world as belonging to the people. They never saw it as anyone's world but their own. Their rhetoric of serving the people was nothing but a facade meant to disguise their true aim of controlling the populace to protect their power. In essence, they schemed to manipulate the people in order to maintain their power. In this regard, not a single emperor in Chinese history was truly good. In books, there are houses of gold. In books, there are beauties like jade. The third emperor of the Song dynasty, Zhao Hong, wrote in encouragement to learn, "To become wealthy, one need not buy good land. In books, there are thousands of bushels of grain. To live in peace, one need not build high halls. In books, there are houses of gold. When you go out, do not hate having no followers. In books, there are many carriages and horses. When you marry, do not hate having no good matchmaker. In books, there are beauties like jade." If a man wishes to fulfill his lifelong ambitions, he should diligently study the 6 classics at his window. Have you noticed that throughout Chinese history, those who studied with great effort, even to the point of hanging their heads from beams and stabbing their thighs, did not do so to explore truth or seek the welfare of the common people, but to gain wealth and beautiful women, to rise above others? Even in today's world of advanced science, the majority of people who pursue higher education, whether college, master's, or doctoral degrees, do so with the aim of securing high-paying, stable jobs, rather than using their knowledge to serve the greater good. Cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. This famous phrase from the Great Learning, a Confucian classic, outlines the progression of life's goals. At first glance, the logic and ambition seem reasonable, but when examined more closely, the purpose and process reveal their flaws. The blindness lies in the fact that both regulating the family, which supposedly means governing one's domain after becoming an official, and governing the state lack any notions of democracy and freedom, emphasizing only personal ability and arrogance. Historically, which Confucian scholar has truly regulated the family? All of them have treated the family as a place of personal autocratic rule. The brutality lies in the term "bring peace to the world," 平天下, where peace here does not mean fairness, 公平, but rather pacification, 平定. For example, in records of the Grand Historian, it is written, "In the past, the Qin territory was no more than 1,000 miles. Thanks to your Majesty's divine wisdom, the whole country was pacified, the barbarians were expelled, and all under heaven submitted." Those familiar with history know how Qin Shi Huang pacified the country through brutal military conquest. Thus, the path of cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world is a blind and bloody one, lacking in universal values. It contains no concern for developing the economy or improving the well-being of the people, but rather emphasizes personal struggle for power, success, and fame. From the above concepts, under the whole heaven, every spot is the sovereign's ground. In books, there are houses of gold, and cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. We can see that Chinese culture harbors hidden demons. This culture seeps into the very blood, cells, thoughts, and consciousness of every Chinese person, subtly turning them into captives, accomplices, and slaves of these hidden demons. We must remain vigilant. 平庸和杂乱是毁灭天才的元凶. Mediocrity and chaos, The culprits behind the destruction of genius. Xiefeng, November 25, 2022. Holographic theory tells us that every point contains information about the entire universe, and every existing molecule holds all the information of the universe's past. This suggests that each individual carries within them information from gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, saints, demons, and ghosts. From this, we can infer that everyone is inherently a genius. Yet reality shows us that geniuses are few, while mediocrity prevails. Everyone is born with the potential for genius, yet many live their lives in mediocrity, ultimately becoming ordinary. What factors transform a world filled with geniuses into one overflowing with mediocrity? In summary, the core reasons can be reduced to the following four. Miscellaneous tasks. A genius must focus on a single pursuit. Anyone who dedicates their life to something they love will inevitably become a genius. However, when one's time is consumed by too many unrelated tasks, the more they do, the more mediocre they become. For example, let's say everyone works for 8 hours a day. If Zhang San spends all 8 hours writing poetry, he will undoubtedly produce good poems, perhaps even many. But if Zhang San instead spends 3 hours preparing meals, 1 hour cleaning, 1 hour running errands, and 2 hours gardening, leaving only 1 hour to write poetry, his ability to create great work will be significantly diminished. With only 1 hour for poetry, compared to 8, his output and quality will inevitably suffer, and his genius will be stifled. Social engagements. The more time one spends on social engagements, the quicker they drift toward mediocrity. Nobel Prize winners are widely regarded as geniuses. While I haven't conducted a formal study, I'm certain that before winning their Nobel Prizes, they dedicated most of their time to their academic fields rather than socializing. Social engagements involve spending time maintaining relationships with relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates, superiors, subordinates, neighbors, and acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar. Broad interests. It's a proven fact that the broader one's interests, the more likely they are to become mediocre. Those who strive to master everything ultimately achieve nothing exceptional. They may have knowledge of many things, but excel in none. As the saying goes, don't fear the person who knows 1,000 techniques. Fear the person who has mastered one. Only by mastering a single skill can one become a genius. Knowing many merely leads to mediocrity. Lack of freedom. Only those who are free can become geniuses. Those deprived of freedom find it difficult to reach their full potential. If you want to go left but your environment forces you to go right, if you wish to sleep during the day and work at night but your surroundings won't allow it, if you prefer to plant melons but the environment forces you to plant beans, such restrictions make it impossible for your actions to align with your true desires. Over time, these constraints suffocate the seeds of genius. From the above analysis, it becomes clear that to unlock one's genius, 4 key elements are essential. Focus, freedom from social engagements, narrow interests, and personal freedom. In practical terms, this means dedicating your life to a single pursuit, not wasting time and energy maintaining relationships, having complete control over your time and resources, limiting your interests, and being free in thought and action without anyone imposing restrictions on you. Unfortunately, reality deals a harsh blow. Few people are fortunate enough to live in environments that allow them to focus solely on their work, avoid social engagements, cultivate narrow interests, and enjoy freedom. This is why so many who could be geniuses end up as mere mediocrities. To solve this predicament, traditional models of production and living offer no solution. Only the production and living model of Life Genuine's second home can address this issue. I can confidently say that if the second home continues to exist peacefully for 50 years, 90% of the people living there will become geniuses. 消灭资本家是穷人的噩梦. Eliminating capitalists is a nightmare for the poor. Xiefeng, February 16, 2022. This may seem like a paradox. How can eliminating capitalists be a nightmare for the poor? Without capitalists, there would be no one to exploit the poor, and the poor should get richer. So why, instead, would they become poorer? Let's begin with a theoretical deduction, followed by some factual examples. Imagine a remote village with 100 impoverished residents, barely surviving on insufficient food and clothing. Suddenly, A capitalist from abroad arrives and builds a food processing factory. He encourages the villagers to plant apple trees, buys their apples, and processes them into apple cider vinegar to sell for profit. He also hires 10 local workers and pays them wages. This way, many villagers who plant apple trees gain a stable income, and the 10 factory workers have secure jobs. Gradually, the local economy picks up. Those with a bit of money start spending, and small businesses spring up around the factory: a restaurant, a barber shop, a tailor, and a grocery store. The village economy begins to thrive, attracting outsiders. Girls come to marry local boys, some open repair shops, others build a school. Little by little, the place becomes livelier and more prosperous. Roads are built, buildings go up, a bank opens. The poor are no longer poor. Later, the villagers discover that the capitalist lives in a luxury villa abroad, flies first class, and drives an expensive car. They become envious. Why does he get to drive a fancy car while we're still riding tractors? We work ourselves to the bone to afford a 60-square-meter apartment, and he lives in a mansion. This capitalist must have gotten rich by exploiting us. He has been living off the blood of us working people. The villagers decide, we must seize his wealth and drive him out of our village. So, the capitalist is forced to leave, and the villagers celebrate. But soon, they realize the factory has shut down, their apples can't be sold, and the small businesses around the factory start closing one by one. The village's economy sinks into decline. Girls from outside stop coming, and even local girls don't want to stay, they leave too. Incomes disappear, many men can't find partners, and they can no longer afford utilities for their apartments. Within a few years, the village returns to its original state of poverty. This theoretical deduction shows that eliminating capitalists doesn't improve the lives of the poor. Now let's look at a few real-world examples. I'll mention them briefly. You can find the details online. Argentina. Once ranked among the world's top 10 economies, it was hailed as a rising second America. Europeans envied Argentina, saying, "You're as rich as an Argentine." Many Europeans immigrated there. But over time, Argentina declined, and now 40% of its population lives in poverty. Venezuela. Once the wealthiest country in Latin America, famous for its black gold, oil, Venezuela was an early middle-income nation. Today, over 2 million Venezuelans have fled their country, and it has become impoverished. Zimbabwe. Once the breadbasket of southern Africa, the cradle of civilization in southern Africa and a tourist hotspot, it is now one of the poorest countries in the world. What caused these three nations to fall from paradise into misery? The root cause was the elimination of capitalists. Compare this to South Korea and North Korea, or West Germany and East Germany. South Korea and West Germany kept their capitalists, so they prospered. North Korea and East Germany eliminated capitalists, so they remained poor. Both theoretical deductions and harsh realities show that eliminating capitalists won't change the poverty of the poor. If the poor want to become wealthy, they must embrace capitalists. Now, let's assume you're poor, and before a capitalist arrived, your annual income was $10,000. After the capitalist comes, your income rises to $100,000. Is it better to have the capitalist or not? As a poor person, if you benefit from having a capitalist around, why drive him away or eliminate him? Why worry about how the capitalist enjoys his wealth? He's not a saint. If he works hard and lives lavishly, isn't that only natural? His enjoyment is his own business. The poor should focus on their own gains. As long as your life is improving, why be jealous of the capitalist's wealth? The conclusion is this: the poor's path to prosperity lies in embracing capitalists, not eliminating them. Some may say, "I'll rely on the government." Are you foolish? The government is a consumer of wealth, not a creator of it. Relying on consumers to increase your wealth is like relying on thieves to make you rich. 阳刚男性的8大特征. The 8 characteristics of a masculine man. Xiefeng. April 25, 2011. As the heavens maintain vigor through movements, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. This describes a masculine man. My path is long and winding, my journey far and arduous. I will search high and low with relentless will. This reflects the mindset of a masculine man. With hair standing on end, He adjusts his cap in fury, gazing out as the rain ceases. He looks up and roars at the sky, his heart burning with passionate ambition. 30 years of accomplishments are now dust and dirt, and the journey of 8,000 miles lies ahead, beneath clouds and the moon. Do not waste the prime of youth, only to regret it later. These are the bold declarations of a masculine man. With wine in hand, I sing, for how fleeting life is. The mountain never tires of being tall, and the sea never tires of being deep. Duke Zhou offered sustenance to the wise, and the whole world returned to his rule. This captures both the tragic grandeur and the ambition of a masculine man. All living things compete for freedom under the frosty sky, and I gaze into the vastness, asking the boundless earth, who controls its fate? I point to the land and passionately write, the wealth of 1,000 lords is but dirt in my eyes. Do you remember? At midstream, I struck the water, causing waves to halt the flying boat. The Red Army fears not the difficulties of the long march, for 1,000 rivers and mountains are but trifles. In the dim evening light, I observe the sturdy pines, and despite chaotic clouds, they stand firm. The world's oceans and lands boil in fury, with winds and thunders shaking 5 continents. We will sweep away all the pests harming mankind. Nothing will defeat us. This is the courage and vision of a masculine man. Like towering peaks rising from the earth, standing out among the crowd. Like ancient pines standing firm against the wind, noble and steadfast. Like cranes soaring through the heavens, graceful and free. Like clouds ever-changing, sometimes visible, sometimes not. A masculine man absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, gathers the energy of heaven and earth, inherits the grand and righteous spirit of 1,000 years, and reads the wisdom of 10,000 volumes. In action, he can reach the moon in the sky, or catch a turtle in the ocean. In stillness, he can vanish without a trace, and silence becomes his music. With the wisdom of Jiangxia, the strategy of Zhang Liang, the cunning of Zhuge Liang, and the literary talent of Li Bai, today's true heroes can only be found among the Life-Genuine Celestials. Look to the future and see 3,000 selfless warriors galloping, 100,000 Chanyuan academicians shaping the wind. To all living beings, they show love. To all evil, they show hate. They respond to emotion, and when pressed, they rise again without fear of blade or beast. Lifting the mighty stick of Zen, let's see who can stand against them. These are the spirit, bravery, courage, and confidence of a man who seeks to start a new era. A masculine man bases his strength in gentleness, for only by embracing gentleness can he fully reveal his masculine beauty. What, then, are the traits of a masculine man? Extraordinary spirit, bravery, and courage. A masculine man is like an arrow shot from a bow, whistling straight to its target. He is like thunder and lightning, shaking the sky and affecting everything. He is a mighty river, rushing ceaselessly day and night. He is a roaring fire, capable of turning deserts to ashes. Steady as a mountain, calm and composed. Amid chaotic clouds, he remains calm. 1,000 rivers and mountains are but trifles. No matter the winds or waves, he strolls through life as if in a garden. Though struck 1,000 times, he stands firm against the winds from all directions. Daring adventurer. He is Amundsen, conquering mountains, valleys, and ice crevices with boundless energy, reaching the South Pole. He is Marco Polo, unafraid of waves or pirates, braving countless obstacles to seek treasures in the mysterious East. He is Sushaka, with high ideals and the courage to explore every mountain and river to experience the world's diversity. He is Columbus, boldly sailing across the vast ocean in search of truth. Rugged and bold, yet not without finesse. A man with masculine beauty is both wise and perceptive, bold in emotion, free from trivialities, and decisive in action. He speaks with a loud voice but plans with meticulous care and attention to detail. Gentlemanly conduct. He never bullies women, the elderly, the sick, or the vulnerable. He never yells at women or children. He is always considerate of gentle women, humble and respectful in their presence. When danger arises, he takes the lead, protecting the weak and women. Romantic spirit. He never retreats in the face of difficulty, never timid. He sees light in adversity, passionately pursues his ideal world, and uses exuberant language, imaginative expression, and exaggeration to create happiness in mental and spiritual ideal realms when facing challenges. Humorous and witty. A masculine man brings joy wherever he goes. He fills the environment with laughter and energy, never lets those around him feel downcast or dejected, walking a bold path through life. He never vents his frustrations or spreads negative, pessimistic emotions to dampen the spirits of those around him. He never complains or treats others as emotional dumping grounds. Clean and dashing appearance. Masculine beauty is a form of elegance. Therefore, a man with masculine beauty must possess depth of character. Vulgar speech and crude behavior are not the traits of a truly masculine man, nor is being unkempt or slovenly. He is not timid or hesitant, nor does he shuffle about in fear or speak without conviction. A masculine man dresses neatly, keeps a clean appearance, and carries himself with poise. He wastes no words, actions, or time, always maintaining efficiency and order. Masculinity is an essential quality of a man. A man's beauty lies in strength, and gentleness should be seen as unbecoming. While some aspects of masculinity are innate, it can also be cultivated through nurturing. If a man grows up in an environment dominated by temperamental women, his grandmother, mother, and wife, his masculine qualities may be suppressed. If most of his teachers in school are women, his masculinity might be worn down unconsciously. Likewise, serving under a strong-willed female boss for too long can gradually erode a man's masculinity. A culture that is too feminized can also lead to a depletion of masculine energy. In conclusion, strength is beauty for a man. May all men possess the beauty of masculinity. 女性以柔为美. Women are beautiful in their gentleness. Xiefeng. April 24, 2011. Who is described as graceful and charming. It's used to describe women who embody gentleness and beauty. If it were used to describe a man, it would certainly be derogatory, implying that he behaves more like a seductive sprite. What does willows swaying gently describe? It refers to the tender affection between lovers, like springtime willow branches gently brushing and intertwining with each other under a soft breeze. And as tender as water. What kind of emotion does this portray? It describes a woman's feelings as soft, gentle, smooth, delicate, and flowing, crystal clear and continuous. The phrase, as delicate as a flower, also describes women. Flowers are undoubtedly symbols of gentleness and beauty. In spring, look at the weeping willows by the lakeside. Their tender branches sway gently in the breeze, creating a mesmerizing, graceful scene, evoking a boundless sense of beauty and imagination. Under the willow tree is the perfect place for love, because the graceful swaying of the willow branches resembles the elegant charm of a woman, and the entwined branches symbolize the mutual affection and dependence of lovers. The softly murmuring streams, and the delicate flowers too beautiful to touch, all are symbols of beauty. In the traditional Chinese philosophy of yin and yang, women are likened to yin and men to yang. Yin is gentle, yang is strong. With this balance, the universe is harmonious, righteousness prevails, and peace and good fortune follow. But if yang becomes gentle and yin becomes strong, the universe will fall into chaos, families will break apart, marriages will dissolve, and people's hearts will turn wicked. With just a little observation of life's ups and downs, one can see that whenever a woman becomes too strong, her surroundings are filled with anger, resentment, melancholy, and sorrow. Delve a little deeper into the inner world of these excessively strong women, and you will discover their loneliness and struggle. They cannot find a soulmate, they feel unsupported, and beneath their tough exterior lies hidden frustration and anger, a grievance toward their own fate. All things carry yin on their backs and embrace yang in their arms. This carrying yin, embracing yang, is a harmonious mechanism, a sequence of auspiciousness. When a woman becomes too strong, it's like carrying yang and embracing yin. How can a man carry yang? He is already naturally yang, so adding more yang will inevitably create a like repels like effect. Similarly, how can a woman embrace yin? She is naturally yin. So adding more yin will also create the same repelling effect. Two strong yangs clash, and two yins conflict. Harmony cannot be achieved. Unless a man has become feminized, all men prefer gentle and soft women. Strength balanced with softness leads to success, but no truly masculine man deep down will ever truly love a woman who is equally as strong. The more masculine a man is, the more he admires a woman who is soft and gentle. The mountains are tall, the waters are blue, and the girls of Ali Mountain are as beautiful as water, while the young men are as strong as the mountains. How harmonious, how beautiful. There was a time in China when strong women were praised everywhere. Hearing this made my skin crawl. But it's understandable, because the men of that time had become weak and were no longer strong and masculine. The poor, strong women had no men by their side and were forced to take on the role of strength. This is a tragedy for men, a tragedy for women, and even more so, a tragedy for the nation. A woman's gentleness can overshadow all flaws. No matter what she looks like, what her figure is, how knowledgeable she is, or what her status is. If she embodies gentleness, she is beautiful, captivating, and endearing. When I was a teacher in middle school, there was a female student in my class who looked very ordinary and had a rather unattractive figure. One day, after class, she came up to ask me a question about English grammar. I have since forgotten what the question was, but what left an indelible mark on my memory was her softness. The way she blushed, the way she nervously rubbed her hands together, the gentle swaying of her body, and her soft voice. It was so beautiful. That gentleness deeply touched my soul. I realized that a woman's gentleness is incredibly charming, so endearing, so lovable, and so unforgettable. If I hadn't already been married, I would have asked for her hand in marriage right then and there. I have always wondered why the famed wise man Zhuge Liang married a woman famously known as ugly. Besides her great strategic insight, it must have been her gentleness that captivated Zhuge Liang. Otherwise, it's inexplicable. Whether a woman should be gentle or strong is a matter of personal perspective. But for someone like me, who is inherently masculine and strong, I am drawn only to gentleness. To me, gentleness is the hallmark of female angels and goddesses, and it has the power to conquer me completely. I am willing to offer everything to gentleness. My value system is this: women are beautiful in their gentleness and unattractive in their strength. Build great faith. Cultural building of the second home, now new oasis for life. Part 1. Xiefeng. The type of faith will decide the type of soul. The type of soul will decide the type of culture. And the type of culture will decide the way of life and production and the operation mechanism of society. The cultural construction in the second home of life Genuine has a direct bearing upon our way of life and production and operation mechanism of society, and has a direct bearing upon whether we can ascend to the highest realm of life and realize our ultimate ideal. The paramount principle for the cultural construction of the second home is the building of great faith, the great faith in Buddha and the greatest creator, the great faith in Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, immortal Lao Tzu, the Prophet Muhammad, and the great man Mao Zedong, and the great faith in the guide Xiefeng. Without these three great faiths, it will be impossible to build healthy culture, and people will lose their direction and will fall asunder and plunge into chaos. The resulting internal strife will waste time, energy, material, and mental efforts. As a result, it will be impossible to pioneer the era of life genuine, in which the worthy person can fully utilize his talents. The whole world is like one family. No one will keep lost articles found on the roadside, and the houses need not be bolted at night, in which everything will be in complete harmony, the weather will be good for harvest, and everyone will be happy, free, and pleasant, and in which all methods are unified into one general principle and all religions are unified into one uniform religion. What is great faith? Great faith is complete belief and trust without any suspicion. Great faith means trusting what you understand and what you do not understand for the moment. Every Chanyuan celestial must read The Greatest Creator thoroughly, and then read Revelation in connection with his or her life experience, so as to build great faith in the greatest creator. Without the great faith, it is like water without source and wood without root. Every Chanyuan celestial must read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Gospel of Judas, and have profound knowledge of Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, and Tao Te Ching. Worship Muhammad and Islamic spirit. Learn Mao Zedong's spirit of serving the people with heart and soul. Form the most sublime wish and build the great faith in Jesus Christ, Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, and Mao Zedong. Every Chanyuan celestial should read Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus thoroughly, know about the Guide Xiefeng, and build the great faith in the Guide Xiefeng. You can ask yourself who in this world can inherit and carry forward the wisdom of God, Buddha, celestial being, sages, and saints in a comparatively systematic and complete manner. Comparison can tell who is superior and who is inferior. You can make a comparison of all people in the history of mankind and all people of the present time. If any one of them can surpass Xiefeng in words and actions, then you can abandon the Guide Xiefeng immediately. Faith is truth. Love is life. Faith can accomplish everything. Small faith accomplishes small thing. Great faith accomplishes great thing. Without faith, one will not know what course to take and will accomplish nothing. Comparison can tell who is superior and who is inferior. You can make a comparison of all people in the history of mankind and all people of the present time. If any one of them can surpass Xiefeng in words and actions, then you can abandon the Guide Xiefeng immediately. Faith is truth. Love is life. Faith can accomplish everything. Small faith accomplishes small thing. Great faith accomplishes great thing. Without faith, one will not know what course to take and will accomplish nothing. With great faith, you can overcome all difficulties and hardships in life. You can light up the magical lamp in your heart and illuminate the road ahead. You can get rid of passivity, pessimism, and form a positive and optimistic attitude. And you can pursue the sun and get away from darkness, and finally reach the soul mountain indomitably. We should build this cultural atmosphere, namely the great faith in the greatest creator, the great faith in Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, the immortal Lao Tzu, the Prophet Muhammad, and the great man Mao Zedong, and the great faith in the guide of life Chanyuan Xiefeng. This is the core of culture building of the second home. 常心存感激，第二家园文化建设。2. Be always grateful. Cultural building of the second home. Now new oasis for life. Part 2. Xiefeng. Gratitude is the primary element for the sublimation of the quality of life. To become Chanyuan celestial, one must be grateful. To enter the second home, one must be grateful. How can one not be grateful for escaping the program of the secular world and enjoying the great pleasure of life in the second home? What else do we want? The second home takes charge of our food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, aging, illness, and health, and we need not toil and worry about supporting the old and raising the young. Our work is simple, and we need not be overloaded with trifles. With a lot of sisters, brothers, and lovers, we are no longer lonely and solitary. With free and open love, we are no longer depressed, melancholy, and distressed. Since we have achieved the state of having nothing and at the same time possessing everything, we need no longer worry about possession. Since we have the stage to fully exhibit our personality and talent, we no longer need to fear that our talent will not be put to good use. Since we are far away from the secular world, we no longer feel anxious about the intrigue, scheming, and cheating between each other. Since we have our guide to lead us, we need not worry about the future of our life. What else do we want? Man should not be greedy. Do you think there is an end to it if you still feel unsatisfied when living in such a cultural atmosphere and environment? Still feel that you have not treated yourself fairly, still dislike this or that, still make endless complaints, and find faults with everything? Without a sense of gratitude, you will have an insatiable desire, you will feel unsatisfied, you will grumble with complaints, you will make trouble, you will become lazy, you will be fastidious, you will have a bee in your bonnet, you will feel only you are capable, you will feel others owe you a lot, you will complain and find faults, you will try to control and hold others in sway, you will stir up trouble and sow discord between people, you will hurt others in words, you will cause endless trouble and suffering to your sisters, brothers, and lovers, and you will not be able to concentrate on your work. With a sense of gratitude, you will have a clear consciousness and mind. You will not ask for too much. You will not keep your eyes on other people's shortcomings. You will not loaf around without anything to do and without anything on mind. You will not attempt to control and usurp others. You will not attempt to impose your own will upon others. You will not restrict others' joy, happiness, blessing, and freedom. You will not have jealousy, complaint, and comparison. You will not lose temper and have a lot of discontent and grievances. You will not feel that others are bullying and restraining you. And you will not be disheartened and listless when you meet some setbacks. With a sense of gratitude, you will bring joy and pleasure to others and yourself. You will not feel the poverty and hardship of life. You will not feel depression. You will feel everything is wonderful and satisfying. You will be broad-minded and refreshed. You will have unselfish love and devotion. You will always compliment and encourage others instead of finding fault and complaining to others. You will be forgiving and tolerant to others' mistakes and faults. You will form harmonious, amiable, and loving relationship with the environment and people, and you will have great enthusiasm and passion and devote completely to the cause of man's happiness.